Chapter 901 The most difficult thing to absorb: the kindness of a beauty. Seeing the two of them quarreled again, Leon pulled Abigail, who wanted to persuade him to fight. "Don't worry about them, go and rest, I'll deal with it later." Then he noticed Sophia on the side and said again, "Or you can drive Sophia back and go home to see Caroline and Pierre." Just as Abigail was about to say something, Sophia took the initiative to hold Abigail's hand and stood up and left the kitchen. After the two girls left, Leon did not spoil the two old dengs and began to clean up the table in front of him. "I haven't eaten much yet." Seeing Lion's actions, Linus hurriedly protected the plate in front of him. "This kid is driving us back," Razmedes said with a stern face. "That's not the case. I just thought that you two were going to quarrel. I'll clean up the venue for you so that you can perform better," Leon explained with his shoulders shrugged. Razmedes first glanced at Leon and then at Linus, who also happened to be looking at him, but the two of them did not turn their heads away, but nodded to each other, as if they had made some decision. The next second, the two of them disappeared suddenly. "Judging from this situation, I should have gone to find a place to solve the problem in private." Seeing this, Leon sighed, thinking that the two old men were trying to get rid of Abigail and Sophia, and they had something to talk to him. Who would have thought that they were really fighting each other? It turned out that they were too careless. After packing the kitchen, Leon went out. The beast pickup truck was not on the farm, and it was obviously driven away, but Leon did not come to confirm this, but went to see the guardian net. Just like when planting, the guardian network, the seeds still look like tender seedlings. The only difference is that it may be that before, it can be seen that the excavated surrounding soil has returned to its original appearance. The seeds in the guardian net do not seem to have just been transplanted, but rather they seem to grow naturally on the grass. I don't know whether it is the special nature of the guardian net or the yuba soil that wraps its roots that regrowth the turf. I don't know if this thing will be successful. Squatting aside and watching for a while, Leon muttered. He was just thinking, if the seeds of the guardian net can have a stage of ripening fruits like the crops in the field, then how much cultivation experience can he gain? As for the result, it is not clear yet, so I can only wait until time to give the answer. After appreciating the guardian net, Leon returned to the house. Because Abigail and Sophia were not at home, Leon didn't want to go to bed so early, so he turned on the TV and started watching. This time, it took more than 3 hours to see it. I looked up at the clock and it was almost 11 o'clock, but Abigail still had no intention of coming back. This made Leon a little confused, and he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed her. Fortunately, Abigail answered the phone very quickly and his voice was very natural, unlike anything he had encountered. "What? Dry? Okay, I'm not kidding anymore, why haven't I come back yet? I plan to stay in my own room tonight, so don't worry about tormenting me. Then I'll go find Sophia. If you are happy, go for it." Abigail's calmness made Leon unable to mess with him. He originally thought that Abigail would curse when he heard this. Even if he didn't, he would at least be angry and hung up the phone. Who would have thought that Abigail could follow Lion's words so calmly and casually? Originally, I just planned to be slutty and see if it could stimulate Abigail to come back and watch himself. Who would have thought that he would get this result? When did Abigail see so openly? Are you okay? What can I do? What's wrong with you? You are wrong. I just think what you said is fine. I am not happy to be with you, so Sophia may be happy. Are you sure you're not talking slander? No, I'm serious. Maybe I was quite angry before, but now I think you are not worthy of Sophia. What's the meaning? Leon was confused about Abigail's change in attitude. Abigail had no intention of covering up, and asked Leon directly on the phone. When I sent her back, I asked her if she wanted to move in with us. After all, things had happened and I was thinking about it. Instead of pushing you to a point where you had to choose, it would be better to just live like this. Sophia can also share some pressure for me. But do you know what she said about my inquiry? I'm listening. Leon was also a little curious. She said she wanted to take care of Blue Moon Vineyards. Abigail replied. It's okay to live in the farm. Isn't this girl a cable car? She can take the cable car from the farm to the coal forest and take the cable car in at most 20 minutes. Leon was even more confused. After all, taking care of Blue Moon Vineyard and living in the farmhouse are not in conflict. Especially before, Sophia had always wanted to stay overnight, and she looked like she was planning to stay here. How could she get the opportunity to live forever, but she refused. Because she said that only when she is in the Blue Moon Vineyard can the grapes grow better, and the wines produced by carefully caring will be more fragrant and delicious. Abigail continued, the reason for this is to keep Blue Moon wines sold at high prices and earn enough money to provide enough funds to support your future development, including the development of the island called Jong Island. Leon was silent. He had occasionally joked with Sophia before, wanting to have a soft meal, but that was just a joke. Who would have thought that this girl would take it seriously and even incorporated this matter into her plan? I won't say it anymore. It's time for me to rest. What should I do next? You can think about it yourself. Lion's silence. Abigail was not surprised, because this was the case when Abigail was sending Sophia back in the car when he heard Sophia's plan. Not to mention Leon, even Abigail was shocked by Sophia's idea. Oh, it's the hardest to get the kindness of a beauty. On the other side, I listened to the busy voice that came after the phone hung up, looked at the ceiling with my head held high, and put my left hand on my chest, trying to suppress the accelerated heartbeat. After his mood calmed down a little, Leon immediately stood up, put on his shoes and ran towards the Blue Moon Grape Manor at full speed. It was already late at night. Most buildings in Pelican Town except Gus Tavern have turned off. The sky covered by lights without light pollution and haze is dotted with dense starlight, and the bright moonlight attaches a layer of silver yarn to the earth. Even the air is filled with a quiet atmosphere, which should have been a good time to fall asleep. Leon was also worried that his sudden journey would disturb Sophia's sound sleep. But when he climbed half of the slope along the steps and saw the full view of the Blue Moon Vineyard under the moonlight from a distance, he was surprised to find that among the vines under the moonlight, a petite figure was wandering around with a watering can and scissors. That hair color that is still pink under the moonlight is not Sophia. Who is it? I'll help you. Thinking of Abigail's exclusive words, Lion's heart tightened, and quickly stepped forward to take the watering can in Sophia's hand and spoke. Brother, why are you here? Sophia was surprised and happy about Lion's sudden visit. I'll learn to grow grapes. After all, in the future, besides Red Star Farm, I seem to have another Blue Moon vineyard that needs attention. How can I not master the relevant skills in advance? Leon explained with a smile. Well, then I'll teach you. After hearing the subtext in Lion's words, Sophia's face turned red, but she still enthusiastically began to teach Lion's skills about grape planting. However, this skilled teaching became more meticulous and in-depth under the moonlight, which also made the originally cold moonlight dyed a layer of pink. If you have something to do, I will go to the distance. I won't update tomorrow. As the title. Chapter 902 Little Wish. So, what exactly is your special ability, and why do you have to stay by the edge of the grapes to ensure that they thrive? Early the next morning, Leon made some pancakes and sprinkled with sweet maple syrup, enjoyed breakfast with Sophia with milk, and asked a question I had always wanted to know the answer. I don't know the specific effect. Anyway, the result of the experiment is that the vines growing around me will become more heat-resistant, cold-resistant, wind-resistant, and not easily infected with pests and diseases, and will grow faster than that, and will have a good increase in glucose after maturity without affecting its own special flavor. It is a comprehensive increase, but only for grapes. Other plants have no effect. And if I leave the grapes affected by my abilities for more than 3 days, they will return to become the most ordinary vines. Sophia difference. A piece of pancake was dipped in maple syrup, and did not send it to his mouth, but to Lion's mouth and gave it an answer. That's it, no wonder Blue Moon's wine is so outstanding. Leon sighed when he heard this. It is also understood that not everyone has a system and a data panel, which can clearly understand the characteristics of the awakened ability of the star fruit. The quality of grapes can only have a small impact. The brewing of wine is my own efforts. We must know that our family has been engaged in the tradition of grape planting and brewing for generations, and I have also improved the brewing process, so I have become famous as Blue Moon wine now. And complained dissatisfiedly about Lion's words of focusing on his star fruit ability and ignoring his own brewing skills. Of course, you are also amazing. Looking at Sophie's swelling cheeks like a pufferfish, Leon pamperedly caressed her soft pink hair. Hee. Hearing Lion's praise, Sophia relaxed her cheeks and smiled foolishly. After breakfast was over, Sophia immediately pulled Leon out and came to the grape yard. I haven't taught all your planting skills last night, so let's continue. Do you really want to teach me or do you want to play? Hearing this, Leon asked back with a smirk. All of them. Although Sophia's cheeks were red, she admitted her little thoughts openly. I love to play, but some things are interesting when it's late at night. During the day, work is still important. He gently knocked on Sophia's head, and Leon complained to Sophia with anger. But the work is not too much. Sophia retorted that it is inevitable that she will be a little novel and addicted when she tastes the forbidden fruit for the first time. Although she can't beat Leon in a head-on battle, the process is really happy. I have a job, too, Leon explained. I'll help you. It should be done in one morning. In the afternoon, I have time to rest. I have a lot of clothes I have prepared before and I have been in the closet. I want to wear them for you. Sophia suggested. It's evening, I have to go to the mine in the afternoon. Some preparations need to be done, which is related to some future plans. Leon was a little moved. After all, he had actually seen the clothes that Sophia mentioned. Although he had not yet, those distinctive COS clothing was indeed very colored at some point. But considering that Jiangdao has been handed over to him by Mr. Qi, the reserves for iridium ore are imminent in order to welcome his second farm. Moreover, Jiangdao's volcanic cave also needs powerful tools to explore and a large number of iridium ingots are needed. Therefore, the skeleton mine journey has been marked as the most important goal in the near future by Leon. And he was quite curious about Mr. Qi's special reward. Leon previously thought it should be the same iridium snake milk as in the game, which can increase the energy and health limit, and the same enhancement effect as the star fruit. But this time he was given an island, and Mr. Qi's club also had the star fruit for sale. Leon felt that Mr. Qi's special gift should not be so ordinary. Faced with this big guy who can really make gold coins, he naturally doesn't want to miss it. That's it, okay, but don't force it too much. Sophia was a little regretful, but she still figured it out. After all, she couldn't stop Leon from doing what he wanted to do. Such behavior was too selfish. If Abigail comes back tonight, you can do it with her. And I also thought of Abigail's problem. Sophia actually also she was quite apologized for her, so she added another sentence. If Abigail says, I don't know if she will come back tonight, but if you can open up the pattern, there is actually no difference between her or not in the farmhouse. She is just like you, she is both delicious and loves to play, and you know my battles. Maybe if you get together, you may have a chance to defeat me. When Leon heard Sophia's words, he felt a little distressed and couldn't help but think of a small wish, and immediately hinted at Sophia. Ah! Sophia suddenly crashed when she heard this. Some strange scenes began to appear in her mind because of Lion's words, and her face suddenly turned red. In the end, Leon returned to the farm. As for how he went back, it was hard to explain in detail. This cable car is really good. Leon, who was sitting in the cable car and looking down at the coal forest, rubbed his tingling arms and sighed. Looking down from a high place, I realized how big the coal forest is and how lush the trees are. But in fact, the forest coverage area is not an exaggeration, and there is still a lot of flat land left. If it weren't for the fact that there was still a piece of Jiangdao waiting for its own development, Leon still thought that he would have money in the future, and reclaiming the land of the coal forest to plan a new farm, it would be a good choice, or a ranch would be fine. But now I don't have this idea, because a Zhang Island is enough to make trouble for myself, so I won't be unhappy for Marnie and Razmidis. After getting off the cable car, Leon did not rush back to the farm, but instead went to the sewer along the half-slope of the cable car's end and met Korobus, who had not met for a long time. Leon, you're here. The sewer is still the same sewer, dark, damp and with a slight decay, but these cannot hinder Lion's good mood when meeting Korobus. Long time no see, Korobus, how are your business recently? After saying hello to Korobus, Leon handed a bottle of Blue Moon wine contained in the system backpack to Korobus, which was considered a meeting gift. Chapter 903 Korob's Help. After being with Sophia, Leon could already drink wine as water. Unfortunately, he was not drunk, but Sophia liked to deliver it to Leon. When she was making breakfast in Sophia's kitchen in the morning, she brought a box from the wine cellar in the basement for Leon to take it away. "Thank you." Colobus accepted the gift happily and was no longer as shy and polite as before. Obviously, it had truly regarded it as a good friend to Leon. "The business has been pretty good recently, but the inventory is almost used up. I plan to go to the City of Elements to add some special products. Do you need something I can help bring?" "Not needed for the time being, things in City of Elements are too expensive," Leon teased with a smile. "And most of the things I need are already self-sufficient. It seems that your farm is developing well. When I first met, you asked me if there was any iridium sprinkler." Korob sighed. "It's the same as it's been a long time, and it's only less than 5 months. Leon complained. "Yes, it's only 5 months, and I think it's been a long time." Korobs reacted at this time and rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Sorry, I recently returned to the Shadow Realm where the tribesmen live, and my memory is a little disordered." Shadow World is the world where Shadowman lives. Lion's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he smelled a new aura of intelligence. "It's not the world, it's just a plain meridian, an extension of this world," explained Korobus. "Is there something important to go back? Or to purchase goods?" "Well, participate in a grand festival, Hatching Day." Korobus nodded. "Do you know Hatching Day? It is the day when Shadowman was born from the dark elements. Although most Shadowman is born randomly, the shadow elements on the Hatching Day are extremely strong, so the Shadowman is born on this day." "Is it happen every year?" Leon asked back. "No, there is no fixed time for hatching days. The last hatching day was decades ago." Korobus shook his head. "Then how do you know when to celebrate Hatching Day?" Leon continued to ask. "The Shadow Priest will see the reaction of the dark element before the arrival of the Hatching Day, so as to determine the specific time." Korobus replied. "This Hatching Day was the day before yesterday. It would have lasted for several days, but yesterday the dark element suddenly began to shrink, so the Hatching Day only lasted for 1 day. The number of shadow people born this time was the least in hundreds of years. It ended yesterday." Hearing this news, Leon was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the Guardian Network Division suppression ceremony he participated in yesterday. Intuition tells him that this is absolutely related. "Well, what happened yesterday? Are you sorry to not go to the ceremony?" "No, Leon, don't go to the shadow world. The shadow people there are not as weak as me. They will be hostile to all non-shadow people's living organisms, and you will be in big trouble." Korobs persuaded Leon with a serious face. "No, I just thought of something, which may have something to do with the sudden end of your birthday." After Leon finished speaking, he described his guess to Korobs. After listening to Lion's words, Colobus suddenly realized. So, that's it. No wonder the shadow element of the birthday is so active. No wonder there is no fixed time for the birthday. It turns out that all this is related to the strength of the barrier that envelopes this world. This is really bad news. Speaking of this, Korob's eyes narrowed into a slit, and his mouth began to bend upward, as if it seemed very painful. "What's wrong with you?" Leon looked at Korobs in confusion. It was the first time he saw Korob's mood in such a low mood. Leon, the barrier that protects this world is created by BA to isolate evil creatures. When this barrier is weakened, Shadowman will be an important festival for a large number of new tribes to be reborn. This means that we Shadowman is also the one who is hostile and guarded by this world. I feel in a bad mood after hearing this news. Korobus had a bitter face and was already feeling a little unsteady. We are indeed still in a hostile relationship. Not to say, Korobus, you also said that you are special, and the Guardian allows you to live in Stardew Valley, proving that he, the defender of the world, also recognizes your kindness, so we cannot become enemies. Leon comforted Korobus seriously after hearing this. And even if we take a step back, we become hostile relationships, it will not hinder our friendship. At least you won't want to hurt me, and I won't want to destroy you, right? Origin does not determine the future. You have the right to choose. Whether to be an enemy or a friend is all in your own decision. Thank you, Leon, what you said makes me feel much better. We will always be friends, and I will never hurt you. Even if you eliminated my tribe in the mine for self-defense, I know you were not intentional, just to protect yourself, right? Korobs looked at Leon blankly, and listening to his words, he immediately became confident again. Yes, it was originally despised and incompatible by its tribe members. This is because of its own particularity and personal choice. It does not want to become an executioner like the tribe members who only knows killing and destruction. It only wants to freely travel through every corner of the world, looking for precious goods that ordinary people cannot obtain, and provide a channel for those who need it. Although it is still a Shadowman, it is no longer just a Shadowman, because it has human friends that other Shadowmen will never have in his life. Of course, I wish Shadow people ignored me so that I could have more time to mine ore. Leon smiled and nodded in agreement, but unfortunately these were all luxury hopes. Just as Korobs said, Shadowman is very manic. If Korobs is so friendly and easy to communicate, then there will be hundreds of void essences in his box. Indeed, they are too dangerous. Korobus also agreed with great approval. Then it seemed to think of something, maybe I can provide you with some help so that you can avoid their invasion. Huh? How to do it? Leon asked. Using a special ritual, it is a statue used by shadows to worship it, and worship it can receive the blessing of the dark element. If you carry the blessing of the dark element, they will ignore your existence in perception, and as long as your eyes do not see you, you will not be noticed by them. Korobus explained, adding, and this kind of blessing will not be in any danger. Although it is an extension of the dark element, it does not have corrosive and infectious power. It is the purest dark element. I remember that there is such a statue in the head of the sharp blade, and it is used very frequently, so there should be no problem for you to use it. Where is that statue? Let me try it. Leon asked Korobus with interest. I haven't made it yet, it will take some time. Maybe you can come and check it out tomorrow. Korobus replied, and just this time you can consult the Guardian about the information about this statue to avoid accidents. After all, the forest magic you have may have an unknown conflict with the dark element, so you should ensure that it is foolproof. Okay, I'll come and have a look tomorrow. Let's go first, goodbye. Leon nodded and waved his hand to say goodbye to Korobus. Goodbye Leon, be sure to confirm with the Guardian. When saying goodbye, Korobs did not forget to remind Leon again to avoid some unknown dangers and troubles. Chapter 904 Career Characteristics. After coming out of the water outlet, Leon went straight to the Mage Tower. He was advised, but he was indeed very interested in this dark element blessing. Although Shadowman is not very threatening to him, and there is no trace of Shadowman in the skeleton cave afterwards, the explorers of the Head of the Blade are all using this blessing, and it should have a certain effect on other monsters. If it can really provide some perceptual shielding effects as Korob said, then it may make his skeleton cave journey easier. Razmedes, who learned about Lion's purpose, was struggling for a moment and finally chose to enter Leon into the Mage Tower. What you should be talking about is the uncertain statue used by the Shadowman sacrifice. Sitting at the table, Razmedes poured a cup of green tea for Leon and then explained. A ritual that uses the resonance of the dark elements to increase the prayer's affinity for the dark elements. The shadow priests in the Shadow Man are the professions catalyzed under this ritual, which is also related to their own physique and racial characteristics. Relation. But for humans, the effect of this ritual is completely different. Leon, do you think the dark element is dangerous from your perspective? It should be dangerous. Lion's answer to this question was not sure, but Razmedes' statement was originally suggestive, so he followed his words. Then do you know what black magic is? Razmedes asked back. Heen. Leon spread his hands. If he knew, he would not be a melee professional. Isn't this because he has no talent in magic? However, since Razmedes mentioned the black magic, Leon understood that the dark element is indeed a very dangerous element and tends to be evil. Razmedes was not surprised when he heard this. It seemed that he asked this question just to facilitate his next statement. Black magic actually belongs to the elemental magic, but because it only calls the characteristics of the dark element, it is called black magic. It is like a magic faction that uses the white magic element to use the light element, and is abbreviated as a magic faction based on the colors displayed by its attributes. Leon didn't speak because he seemed to have a misunderstanding of the so-called black magic. Unlike the evil black magic he knew, the reason why black magic is called black magic in this world is because the elements used in its magic are dark elements, so it is simply called black magic, which is distinguished by colors. But Razmedes' next sentence made him feel that he was thinking right. Of course, because the dark element is used, the bias of this magic is also relatively extreme. The weird characteristics of the dark element give black magic some extremely dangerous characteristics. Because most monsters also tend toward dark elements, black magic is usually related to curses. Even the purest dark elements will have some disorder, so this kind of sacrificial behavior will have some special effects on humans who are born with natural living organisms, but it will have no dangerous effects. Leon was confused about Razmedes' long speech, especially the descriptions of the complex elemental concepts in the second half. Leon completely entered his left ear and came out of his right ear, just like he was thrown into the university calculus class when he was just in elementary school, and he didn't hear clearly what Razmedes was talking about at all. What would happen if I used this kind of ritual? So, as soon as Razmedes stopped popularizing science, Leon directly raised the core questions he wanted to know to prevent Razmedes from continuing to talk. You should know the power of professional characteristics. Razmedes did not give the answer, but instead raised another topic. Professional characteristics? For example, animal husbands and farmers. Hearing the word professional, Leon immediately thought of his career preference choice after reaching level 5. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. He originally thought that this profession that could strengthen a single direction was the gold finger produced by the system replica game, but judging from Razmedis's description, it seemed that this was the rule that this world already possessed. It seems that you have made good progress in farming skills and have actually been exposed to the first stage of career choice. Razmedis was not too surprised at Lion's answer. After all, Leon was a farmer who was able to cultivate a large number of high-quality crops, so it was natural to be able to access this rule. The emergence of occupational characteristics originated from the special rules planned by teaching the knowledge of intelligent life when Pao created the world and walked on the earth. This is a recognition and gift for the accumulation of rich experience and skills in a certain field. After Freeba sets up this mechanism, practitioners in all fields will unlock this reward that can further contribute to the fields they are involved in after reaching a sufficient height. Generally speaking, the choice of occupation is fixed. For example, if you choose animal husbandry, your future development will tend to be in the cultivation of poultry and livestock. The second stage of occupational advancement will further enhance the growth characteristics of the same direction of animal husbandry development, and there will be no occupational characteristics related to farmer in the first stage of occupational choice of animal husbandry in the second stage. But Yuba was unwilling to fix the effect of this career growth, depriving professional researchers of the path of career planning, so he set up another way to offset this career growth to facilitate career choices to repent and recoase. That is to use the disorderly dark elements to interfere with the operation of this rule and make it temporarily invalid. The forgetting effect I mentioned is the power of this profession characteristic. It can reset your career choices and allow you to make changes in your career development preferences. Under the influence of the dark elements, the profession characteristic that has been chosen by you will temporarily distort and disappear, but the knowledge you have accumulated will not have any impact. Therefore, the occupational characteristics rule that is erased under this short-term influence will retrigger its detection mechanism and the assignment effect of the occupational characteristics after the influence of the dark element disappears. In other words, if you perform this ritual, you can reselect your occupational characteristics, thereby expanding areas that are different from the direction you were inclined before. The explanation this time was also very long, but Leon understood it completely because he knew it. Very familiar. Isn't this the effect of the dog-headed statue in the sewer? At the cost of 10,000 G, you can choose a skill to reset it to change your gameplay and genre, and it will not have any impact on the skill level you have achieved. I thought this so-called unstable statue was so mysterious, and it turned out to be the dog-headed statue. Before, I completely ignored this thing because I didn't see it in the sewer, and thought that the facilities designed to reset the profession for players in this game do not exist in reality. It is not that there is no such thing in reality, but that it has not been arranged in the sewer. But this caused another problem for Leon, that is, since this is something designed by BA, why did it become a shadow man that is basically impossible to see in human society? Chapter 905 Ancient History. If you don't understand, ask. This is Lion's good habit, so Leon threw this question to Razmedis. Oh, this involves another reason. Razmedis's expression was a little complicated after hearing this question. Leon, what do you think ordinary people think of Yuba's existence? There is faith, but not much, and most people think it's just a myth. Leon answered truthfully. He had searched for Yuba's information in the library before and found that in the eyes of ordinary people, Yuba's existence was not sure. He only felt that this was a story fabricated by ancient humans. After all, Yuba had not shown a miracle in the world for a long time. Of course, this is an ordinary person. The top leaders of human society have another view of the existence of Yuba. Even if some people do not care about it privately, they will express respect and belief in Yuba on the surface. Otherwise, the Yuba sect will not be recognized as a legitimate faith by countries around the world, and will operate and establish prayer rooms and engage in religious interactions. We will also unconditionally provide financial resources and other funding for serving the Church in Palestinian. But he did not take the initiative to guide and endorse Yuba's existence, but his attitude was very ambiguous. Yes, I have faith, but not much. On the one hand, it is because Yuba has left our world for too long, and on the other hand, it is also the decision of the Church. When Razmedes said this, he also felt a little more emotion on his face. After ordinary humans gradually mastered the power called technology, the quality of life and material reserves have increased dozens of times as much as before, so the population has also begun to grow extremely rapidly. This also means that people no longer need churches, and the full protection and guidance of explorers and magicians, so the extraordinary people who have special powers gradually began to leave the society of ordinary people and began to move into the darkness, leaving the world completely to the people who have grown up. In order to avoid conflicts between ordinary people and extraordinary people, Leon speculated. I have some ideas, but I still don't want to interfere with the development of people now. After all, our special existence is a minority, and the world's main body is the most common people. This is what Yuba wants to see, so the Church also chose to follow Yuba's doctrine and began to deliberately guide people to continue along the path of science and dilute their own sense of existence. Razmedes added. Of course, we won't ignore these ordinary people at all. The reinforcement ceremony of protecting the barrier of the world like the last time will only provide a strong backing for people who are not yet able to compete with the monsters. Other extraordinary people generally have the same attitude and choice as the Church. This is also the main reason why ordinary people only know our existence if they reach a certain level of social status. So that's it. Leon was not surprised by the Church's decision, because the Church is a real church. However, Razmedes still did not explain why the ritual was passed to the Shadowman, and Leon had another new question, that is, can ordinary people in this world not be able to study memory to the point where they can open up their professions? Just as Leon was about to ask, Razmedes spoke again. The development of technology has made people more dependent on the creation of technology. Few people are studying a skill to the stage where they can start a career, but there are not none. However, most people who have started a career will find it difficult to reach the second stage in their entire lives. A very small number of people who can reach it do not need to specifically look for unstable statues to change their careers. Therefore, this ritual gradually disappeared among humans, but not completely lonely, because this tradition is still retained in the realm of the lives of extraordinary people. For example, there is an unstable statue in the Sharp Blade Head Guild, allowing explorers to adjust their combat style according to their subsequent actions. As for the ritual that Shadowmen can pass on, of course, it is because they also belong to intelligent life, have their own professions and civilizations, and they also maintain close relationships with humans before Yuba left this world. Then why are they becoming monsters now? Leon asked. As I said, Shadowman was born from the dark element, and this element is born in the realization of the original life, which is biased towards disorder. Under the guidance of Yuba, they are actually no different from us, but when Yuba leaves, the nature of the dark element begins to change towards their instinct. When Razmedes said this, He paused for a moment, then hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to continue. And this process is actually, it can be reversed, just like a child. Although there may be some problems in nature, as long as the acquired education can keep up, these problems will be eliminated subtly. However, the problem lies in Yuba's departure and a series of disasters that arise in the subsequent period. You should also understand the root of this disaster. After all, the ability to give desires that you are now mastering comes from that fallen god. Leon reacted instantly. Well, yes, a god who is completely opposite to Yuba was born. Although he has fallen, those remains of the same as those of Yuba, whether it is Yuba's choice or accident, have been left in this world. Although he fell, the terrible pollution left in the remains has given birth to our biggest enemy, monster in this world. And because Shadowman itself is born from the dark element, and this pollution resonates and merges with the dark element, so Shadowman became the first monsters in this world, and even forgot most of the knowledge taught and spread by Yuba, and directly transformed into the Shadowman we see now. So, the barrier was also established by Yuba after the fall of the god, but why did Yuba not completely clean up the remains of the god and clean up all the monsters in this world? Leon immediately asked when he heard the news. Yuba did not tell us the reason, but established a barrier and guardian network, and recruited several of his predecessors who often accompanied him to bring knowledge and wisdom to others to establish churches, mage councils, and the head of the sharp blade as guardians of the natural life bodies in this world, and then left the world. This past history has answered some of Lion's previous doubts, but new doubts have arisen. According to the information I learned from all aspects, Yuba undoubtedly loved this world and the lives born in this world, but it left such an obvious threat to this world. Is it because the life in this world can leave an enemy behind to achieve the meaning of training? Or is it that Yuba has no better way to deal with the remains of the fallen god? You don't have to think so much. No matter what Yuba thinks, I believe that this must be what we have to face. Razmedes looked at Lion's thoughts and smiled and explained. Leon just nodded and said nothing. What he had just heard made him understand the world more deeply and more doubts, but these doubts were obviously not something Razmedes could help explain clearly. But Razmedes can still answer some questions. So, is Korobus the shadow man you trained after education? It's not me, it's another person. Korobus has a special talent, just like its name, the Bridge Piercer, awakened this talent when he was born, but had no control. So he traveled from the shadow world to the material world, and happened to be adopted by a curious and kind-hearted guy, thus creating such an interesting shadow man businessman. Razmedes knew the reason why Korobus was born with an incompatible personality with the Shadowman. No wonder. Hearing this answer, Leon felt relieved. Chapter 906 Karami arrives at Stardew Valley. After understanding what the statue was about, Korobus mentioned, and hearing some historical stories and information from the early period, Lion's visit to Razmedes was accomplished. Originally, Leon planned to go to the basement to see Abigail after talking about this, but unfortunately Razmedes stared at him as if he was staring at a thief. Leon couldn't find a suitable entry point, so he could only leave embarrassedly. The subsequent arrangement is naturally to return to the farm to start daily work. The seeds of the guardian net are still the same, and I don't know how long it will take to grow to the size of the mother, but as long as I see that it still maintains the healthy green buds, Leon doesn't need to worry too much. After lunch, the afternoon schedule was naturally explained in the mine. Leon has made a decision, that is, after the Hawaiian banquet, he went to the skeleton mine to complete Mr. Chi's trial, and the Hawaiian banquet will begin in less than 2 days. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to reserve more ore for making bombs, and to get some gems to create gem puppets to protect his skeleton mine journey. It was only after staying in the mine until night fell that Leon took the mine cart to the bus platform and back to the farm. Surprisingly, the farm was pitch black and there was no light in the farmhouse, which meant there was no one at home. It's strange. Are you reluctant to come back when you live with your parents? Leon, muttering, pushed open the door and entered the room, and found that everything was the same as before leaving last night. The home shoes belonging to Abigail were placed on the shoe cabinet, there was no change in the living room, and the kitchen was even more deserted, which made Leon feel a sense of desolation as an elderly person. So Leon called Abigail. I was going to come back, but Camilla came to Stardew Valley early, so I needed to entertain her. Sorry, maybe I couldn't come back to live before the Hawaiian banquet. Then can't you call that witch named Camilla here? Caroline and the others don't have empty rooms, and I still have a lot of them. Noodle Leon complained speechlessly about Abigail's explanation. I thought so before, but she didn't want to cause trouble for you, and I'm also worried about you, a vulgar bastard. You know, the sound insulation in the room is not good. Abigail complained to Leon with resentment. When Leon heard this, he smiled angrily. Although what Abigail said was indeed fine, and he was listened to by others, especially when this person is still a good friend, he should be a member of the society. It is understandable that Abigail has this concern. But there is one thing that is, sometimes, Abigail is obviously the one who initiated the war. Although the girl verbally said that he was a livestock, regardless of whether he could bear it or not, if Abigail was unwilling, Leon would never force the other party. Originally, this was just a little funny joke between some couples, but now Abigail began to use this as an excuse to fool himself. How could Leon take the blame? Why do you ask Camilla to live in the farmhouse and I will accompany you? And I will just build a floor shop. I will see who it is, and I can't help it first. No, that's it. And don't think about coming here directly. Although I'm reluctant to attack you, Camilla doesn't mind playing magic tricks with you that are not dangerous. If you are happy, you can try it. Abigail said happily. Then I can go find Sophia. Leon took out the Sophia brand archer again, trying to arouse Abigail's jealousy. But Abigail replied very calmly, just like yesterday, go, anyway, even if I don't say it, you won't ignore her. In the past few days, I have regarded it as a vacation for myself. Faced with Abigail's answer, Leon didn't know what to say, so he could only hang up the phone in disappointment and wonder what to eat alone tonight. Abigail, who hung up the phone on the other side, blunt his eyes and frowns at Camilla, said angrily, are you just gossiping about what Leon and I are talking about? No, I'm mainly curious why you didn't tell her what you are doing now. Karami jumped onto the bed and explained with her arms around Abigail. What do you want me to say about this kind of thing? Abigail rolled his eyes and asked back with annoyed. Just say that your menstrual period is coming. What's wrong with saying? After all, you are already in that kind of relationship. When Camilla said this, her tone became a little strange. No, I can't tell him. Abigail shook his head very decisively. It was not for the sake of face, but just had his own little thoughts. If the rules of menstrual period are caught by Leon, then Abigail thinks that Leon can definitely arrange other dates according to this time, such as safety period, danger period, and other information. In this case, his sneak attack plan may be shattered. After all, during the previous close contact, Leon did a good job in protecting measures, and obviously did not intend to have a child in a short period of time. Originally, Abigail didn't care much about these things. After all, they were still young, but the situation is different now. Not to mention that Helena was eyeing Leon, and she had already made her purpose public before her first contact, that is, to let Leon give herself a child. Now there is another Sophia. Although I have turned a blind eye to this matter, Abigail still does not intend to let Sophia come from behind in some matters. If you didn't get the first time Leon himself, then you must not miss the first child himself. Karami couldn't imagine Abigail's little thoughts. She really thought Abigail was thin-skinned and didn't want Leon to know about this kind of thing. But this did not prevent her from giving advice from the side, so she looked at Abigail happily and joked, "But don't you think it's interesting to see him in this state and tell him the specific situation when he tempted him? After all, you have been saying that he is bullying you. Don't you want to take revenge once?" Upon hearing this, Abigail looked at Camilla with great compassion, and expressed his contempt for the older left-handed woman who had gone far on the road of magic but had not yet taken a small step in matters between men and women. Who said that this bastard Leon knew that he was in menstruation and had no other way? Even without this influence, Leon, a shameless bastard, has other shameful ways to achieve the same goal. In the end, he is still the one who is tired, and he may be forced to unlock more tricks because of Lion's rise. No matter how you think about it, this will not be a successful revenge, but it will be easy to lose yourself in and lose your money. Karami was confused by Abigail's gaze. Although she didn't understand Abigail's thoughts, her intuition told her that Abigail was definitely thinking about something very rude and infuriating. She immediately stopped having fun and directly held Abigail's arm backhand and pressed him on the bed. "Since you are reluctant to take revenge on your little boyfriend, I can only put the fun on you. Be good, let me see what is different when you become a mature woman." "You are perverted, Camilla." "Hehe, it doesn't matter if you think so." Woo. Chapter 907 3 stars. There was something happened to Abigail and the oranges were pissed off. Leon didn't know that he only knew that the dinner he made tonight was not enough for 2 people to eat. "I just made a pasta in the kitchen and fried some bacon and poached eggs. I was going to go to Sophia to fulfill my morning promise in one bite. As a result, Sophia actually came by herself, and she came with an empty stomach. You eat first, I'll make some." Looking at Sophia's eager appearance, Leon had to get up again and prepare to get some food again. Sophia was not polite when she heard this. She cheered and enjoyed Lion's dinner, and asked Leon to make a scallion pancake for extra meals. What can Leon say? Just satisfy Sophia honestly. However, after preparing another dinner, Leon didn't feel at a disadvantage, because Sophia didn't know where to learn the trick, but she took the initiative to sit in Lion's arms and gave Leon a very erotic feeding service, which made Leon scream. Naturally, after dinner, Leon did not suppress the flames that Sophia took the initiative to ignite, allowing him to bear the ending that the arsonist should bear. It's a pity that Leon said the same thing in the end. I'm both delicious and fun. I think it's your problem. Your situation is obviously abnormal. Sophia retorted with gasping for breath. This is hard power. Why don't you try my limits? Maybe it will succeed. Leon patted Sophia's butt and retorted. Seeing this, Sophia hurriedly wrapped her bedding tightly. She was really afraid that Leon would continue to act. Although this kind of thing was indeed very interesting, she had already had a profound experience and lesson in the truth that too much was not enough. Leon did not make any extreme moves. After scaring Sophia, he toughly held Sophia in his arms and lay down. The atmosphere became much quieter afterwards. It was not until Sophia recovered that she pinched Lion's nose and asked in a low voice, "Are you asleep?" "You woke me up when I fell asleep." Leon responded to Sophia's provocation in anger, and then his palm began to become dishonest. Sophia quickly stopped Lion's behavior and defended, "I just want to talk to you." "What are you talking about?" Leon looked at Sophia's panicked expression like a frightened little rabbit, and stopped moving. He smiled and took over the conversation. "Talk about your new island, when are you going to see it?" Sophia asked immediately. "Jiangdao, I don't know either. After all, the matter here has not been finished yet. If you are interested, I can take some time to take you and Abigail to go there. But that island should be quite primitive now, but it is not suitable for vacation." Hearing Sophia mention Zhang Island, Leon thought for a moment and explained. "Have you seen it?" Sophia asked curiously about Lion's description. "What is the situation of that island?" "I heard the description of Mr. Rasmides and Mr. Linus before. It seems to be a very mysterious and dangerous island. Are there many monsters on it?" "The danger is not considered a good thing. Most areas are safer, but there are monsters, but most of them are in the deepest volcanoes in the island. There are at most little guys like slimes in other places, but the original is really primitive, but overall this island is relatively safe." Leon did not explain to Sophia according to the information about Jiangdao learned in the game. After all, who knows what the situation is like in Jiangdao in reality? But some information that has been confirmed can be shared with Sophia, such as the active volcano where the volcano melting pot is located, which Linus admitted does exist. "Where is Mr. Chi? Why did he give you such an island?" Sophia asked again. "I don't know either, but Mr. Chi is probably trying to have fun. He is quite mysterious. No one knows what he is thinking." Leon really doesn't know the answer to this question. "That's it, but I feel that he should be very good to you. The last treasure hunt was his idea, and I got the resurrection stone that I could communicate with my parents again. If I have the chance, I would like to thank him in person," Sophia said seriously. "If you want, I can take you to see him tomorrow, if you are fine tomorrow," Leon suggested after hearing this. "Ah, can you? Then let's set off later tomorrow. I'm going back to prepare a gift for him," Sophia hurriedly said to Leon. "Well, it's good to bring some gifts, but I don't know if I can see him. By the way, when it comes to gifts, I also have a gift to give to you." Speaking of this, Leon took out a ring with star patterns and handed it to Sophia. It was the third star ring. After all, Leon had swallowed the third star fruit and met the conditions for condensing the splitting star ring. He had never split before and handed it over to Sophia, simply because Leon had forgotten about this matter. Hey hey hey! The first time she saw this ring, Sophia widened her eyes and exclaimed repeatedly. It's not a proposal ring. Leon knocked Sophia's head and reminded. That's it. Sophia was inevitably a little disappointed when she heard this, but she took the ring and looked at it. What a familiar style! Does Abigail also wear this ring? Well, it's called Star Ring. Although it looks ordinary, it has a magical. You can try the effect with you. Leon urged Sophia. Sophia nodded and then directly put it into the ring finger of her right hand. Although it is a ring finger, in the Western meaning of ring wearing, the ring finger of her right hand does not mean that she is married, but is in love. I don't feel anything. Sophia was quite looking forward to it when she put on the ring, but she found that there was nothing special. That's because I didn't bring it, stupid. Leon took out the moon ring with a smile and put it in his fingers. It has to be said that Leon now has 4 rings in his hand, including the last ring of the moon, 2 magnetic rings, 1 guardian net bud, and the current ring of the moon. A little more, you can be the Lord of the Rings. After Leon brought the moon ring, Sophia really discovered something different. She instantly felt a special energy permeating the air was pouring into her body, bringing a sense of coolness and warmth that was completely different from the hot summer air. At the same time, her energy and spirit were also healed at this moment, as if she had a cup of coffee and a massage. Of course, the most important thing is that Sophia actually had a clear but not strong perception in her heart at this moment, and the goal of perception was Leon in front of her. What's the situation? Blessings from stars and moon. Wearing this ring of stars, you can enjoy the nourishment of the forest magic I hold, which will greatly slow down your appearance and sense my position. Leon explained. Sophia immediately loved this star ring when she heard this. After all, being able to maintain her youthful appearance can be said to be one of the ultimate goals for girls, and the function of positioning each other is also very meaningful. With this ring, you will not worry about not being able to find Leon in the future. No matter how far apart they are, you don't have to worry about it. But compared to Sophia's excitement, Leon felt a little headache, because after wearing the moon ring, he not only sensed Sophia's position, but also sensed the owner of the other 2 star rings. And the result is mutual. Abigail is fine. He was just wondering why Leon suddenly wore the ring of the moon at home. Haley, who was already asleep, suddenly woke up, stared blankly at the ring on her fingers, covered her chest and complained, "Why did this guy suddenly wear the ring when he was so late?" Then I felt a little unhappy and wanted to take off the star ring that I had been used to wearing, trying to get rid of this obvious perception effect, but after my fingers touched the star ring, I unconsciously gave up this idea and got into the quilt, covering my head as if nothing had happened. Chapter 908. Let's talk about it, let's talk about it. Fortunately, the Ring of Stars only needs to be activated, and it does not need to rely on Leon to wear the Ring of Moon to continue to maintain the shared forest magic nourishing effect. So Leon immediately took back the Ring of the Moon, releasing the wonderful connection effect maintained by the ring between the stars and the moon. How many rings do you give out? Aware that the wonderful connection disappeared, Sophia raised her right hand and looked at the star ring between her fingers and asked Leon. 3. Leon answered truthfully. Because this matter cannot be hidden, Haley's Abigail has seen it, and Sophia, who has a good relationship with Haley, may not have noticed it before, but she will definitely notice it after contact. Hailey was obviously used to wearing the ring of stars that was not tight, and even after wearing it, she didn't feel anything between her fingers. Otherwise, Leon would not have felt Hailey's position after taking the ring of moon. However, Leon would not forget to explain the specific reasons clearly, so as not to misunderstand and think too much. So, the treasure hunt reward after the resurrection stone is this ring. Sophia's expression was a bit strange after hearing Lion's description. As you said, the first star ring is completely bound to Hailey. Does this mean that something is wrong with your relationship? Anyway, nothing happened, and the relationship was limited to friends. Leon replied very calmly. He was really innocent in this regard. Sophia looked at Leon suspiciously and noticed that this guy seemed to have no panic expression. Even his eyes were so firm and confident, so he didn't think about it anymore, but just changed the topic. Then how many rings do you have? There are only 3, for the time being, but even if the 4th one is to be condensed from there, it should be handed over to Helena. Leon said the truth again. So Helena is not there yet. Upon hearing this news, Sophia was very happy and didn't care about how many such rings could be taken out. No. Leon nodded and confirmed. But he didn't say much. After all, he couldn't tell Sophia. In fact, the nourishing effect given by the Ring of Stars was actually very small for Helena, the Mermaid Queen. He is indeed an honest person, but he is not a fool. If he doesn't say something, he is not a lie. As for the additional positioning effect, Helena doesn't need this function too much, but it is a more meaningful thing after all, so if you eat the 4th star fruit in the future, it will still belong to Helena. Leon did not lie. Sophia, who got the answer, was even happier and no longer worried about this question. She directly got into Lion's arms and arched like a caterpillar, which almost made Leon unable to resist the gun and fire. Finally, the coquettish ended, and Sophia also noticed it. It was a big deal, so I became much more honest immediately. Unfortunately, the lead was ignited and there was no water to extinguish it. It would eventually explode. Early the next morning, Sophie Linen ran away after breakfast. Her unnostalgic appearance made Leon feel like he was being futile. But Leon was not angry either because he knew that Sophia had to go back and change her clothes to prepare for going to the Calico Desert with him, which was agreed last night. While Sophia went back to change clothes, Leon was not idle either. Go out and touch the chickens and cows, and harvest a wave of fresh eggs. Then go to the cave to sweep the mushrooms in the cultivation trough, check the collection volume of the sap collector, and finally glance at the situation of the combined buckets in the wooden house. The daily tasks of the farm are completed. Seeing that Sophia had not come back, Leon did not wait. Instead, he went to the remote forest behind the farm from the north, looking for a wave of wild sweet peas and fragrant berries, which were specialties in summer, and planned to give them to Sandy as a souvenir. This mysterious watchmaker at the Oasis store likes the special plants of Stardew Valley and sells some special crop seeds. These small gifts that are not precious but can please them are definitely a good choice to get closer. Of course, the most important thing is to let her save face for herself. After all, Sandy and Emily have a very good relationship, comparable to good sisters. Emily's attitude towards herself is quite special. When she went to see Sandy with Abigail before, it was not right. Now, I will bring a Sophia. God knows whether Sandy will give out a sarcastic look. If she brings a gift, it should calm the scene a little. After collecting 3 sweet peas and a fragrant berries, Leon went back to the farm. Seeing that Sophia had not arrived yet, Leon called him directly. When she was sure that Sophia was on her way and was about to arrive in front of Marnie's farm, Leon took the car key and started the beast pickup. He drove this hard-working big guy to welcome Sophia into the car. As soon as I left the farm and entered the coal forest, I happened to see Sophia walking towards me, wearing a set of off-white t-shirt and jeans, a sun hat and sleeves, looking at the beautiful Sophia. Beauty, do you want to get in the car and go for a ride together? While whistling, Leon rolled down the window and parked the car in front of Sophia and quipped frivolously. Okay. Sophia was so funny that she couldn't stop her from having sex with Leon. She opened the door and got into the car quickly, then put her hand on Lion's thigh and asked as if she was about to pinch her. I'm very skilled. How many times have I successfully met like this before? I haven't succeeded. Leon shrugged his shoulders, sighing. This ancient routine may be useful to girls in the 21st century, but it is based on your car that can bring you the charm of the brand. It is just an ordinary scooter, and all you get is the rolling eyes and middle finger. That's so pitiful. Sophia then with satisfaction, she withdrew her hand and covered her mouth and giggled. Prepare to set off. We are going to the Calico Desert. You can sleep for a while on the way. I will wake you up when I get to the place. Leon, who was planning to set off from the east of the farm, suggested to Sophia. Will we go out this time? Don't we take Abigail with us? Sophia asked tentatively. She is entertaining a friend who has come from afar. I don't want to disturb her. Leon shook his head and explained, he had thought about this. It was just that considering some of the things that happened with Camilla before, it would be embarrassing for the two to meet, so Leon eliminated this idea. Are you a friend from afar? Is it a witch like her? Sophia became interested in hearing this. Well, but your personality is not easy to get along with. If you are interested, you should be able to see her at the Hawaiian banquet. She is here to attend this festival. Leon replied. It's really a witch, so cool. Sophia sighed, and then suddenly suggested, when we come back in the afternoon, should we make a big meal to entertain her? Let's talk about it, let's talk about it. Leon was so shocked by this proposal that he almost clenched the steering wheel, and quickly said perfunctorily. There is no way to do it without perfunctory, I really agreed, Sophia is about to start doing it. Now this girl is very curious about the mysterious power, and she is also much more enthusiastic than before. She is really interested in the identity of Camilla, the witch, and likes to be lively. Chapter 909, The Circle of Special Businessmen. Fortunately, Sophia did not notice Lion's abnormality. After asking about Abigail's witch friend, she found that Leon didn't seem to know much about it, so she didn't ask more questions. After Pika left the Stardew Valley area and entered a desert covered with yellow sand, Sophia quickly fell asleep. It was not until he arrived at the desert oasis that Leon woke him up. It's here, it's so fast. Sophia, who rubbed her eyes, looked at the lively scene outside the car window and looked around curiously. This is her first time in the desert oasis, so she is very curious about everything here. Brother, what does that stall sell? It looks so cool. Soon, Sophia was attracted by a luxury tent that was more formal and luxurious than the simple ceiling around the parking lot. And the tent is facing the parking lot. A window was opened, and a brown businessman with a gorgeous turban was waving toward this side, looking very enthusiastic, and the tent was surrounded by a fence. A tall camel was tied to the fence and gnawing a cactus, which made Sophia feel very interested. Some very special products, but he doesn't seem to charge money. Leon looked over with Sophia, and saw the desert merchant whom he looked familiar with. Thinking of his last communication with him, he patiently explained to Sophia. "What are you charged if you don't charge money?" Sophia looked at Leon curiously and asked. "Exchange goods for goods. If you are interested, you can go and have a look." After Leon finished speaking, he turned off the engine and got out of the car. After leaving the air conditioning, Leon was sweating all over by the heat waves and dry air coming to his face. Sophia was the same, but this did not stop her enthusiasm. Instead, she couldn't wait to pull Leon and trot towards the desert merchant's tent. "Boss, what are you selling here?" When he arrived at the window of the big tent and looked at the smiling desert merchant, Sophia immediately asked. "Special commodities from all over the world, ancient secrets of the remains of the desert, and food containing strange energy." The desert merchant replied in a chanting tone. His voice was quite pleasant and his rhythm was very interesting. Seeing Sophia's eyes widened by being fooled, her face full of exploration and expectation, Leon looked at the desert merchant speechlessly and complained. "All of you are friends, don't be so fancy, just come with a directory." "Okay, friend. Please see." Although the desert merchant was helpless about Lion's inconsistency, he still handed over a rough texture but full of historical sense and handed it to Leon. When Leon opened the scroll, Sophia immediately brought her little head over. Ancient treasures. These treasures contain various antiques and rare treasures. Butterfly cage. Put it indoors, and you can attract different butterflies to settle in according to the characteristics of the season. Dark piano. A piano from a castle, although it can still be played, the notes coming out cannot be heard clearly. Magic candy popsicles. Rare and powerful magic candy, filled with special essence of colorful fragments. After a rough look at the catalog, the things are still those things, but the difference from the game is that these things have no price tags. "Boss, why don't there be a price?" Sophia asked the desert merchant immediately. "Friends, I can only estimate the price if you choose what you want to buy," the desert merchant replied seriously. "Then how much does this butterfly cage cost?" Sophia asked, pointing to the product he was most interested in the catalog. "Money? I don't want money, my friend, your currency has no value in my hometown. What I need is something interesting in return." The desert merchant smiled and explained as he looked at Sophia. "What do you need in return?" Sophia chased after curiously. "Do you buy it or he buy it?" The desert merchant's eyes swayed on Leon and Sophia, and then asked back. "Ah? Is there a difference?" Sophia was confused. "Of course, if you bought it, I need 20 bottles of Blue Moon wine. If he bought it, I need 200 monster bat wings." The desert merchant gave a transaction price for the butterfly cage and continued with a sincere look. "And I promise that the price is the most reasonable. My eyes will not lie to me, nor will you, my friends. Hey! Sophia subconsciously looked at Leon as she listened to the desert merchant's offer, and hurriedly pulled Leon and bent down and muttered in her ear, "How did he know that I am the winemaker of Blue Moon wine? This news is not known to me except for my dealer and some relatives and friends." "You can ask him." Leon smiled and pointed at the desert merchant. "Don't be surprised, my friend, I have no intention of spying on your privacy. The bargaining chips for measuring transactions also come from the answer given by my eyes. It is indeed a bit special, but it is not that mysterious. It just gives me a prompt with the price of commodity transactions." The desert merchant was obviously not a guest who saw Sophia's situation, and explained frankly. "Isn't this mysterious?" Sophia curled her lips when she heard this, feeling that the desert merchant was fooling her. After all, it's a businessman who can walk alone in the desert. It's normal for some special methods. You also know that some people in this world are destined to be different from ordinary people. Leon comforted, stroking Sophia's head. "If you want, maybe I can take you to see a few special businessmen similar to this boss, and they are also quite interesting." "Ah!" Sophia looked at Leon in confusion and asked, "What kind of businessman is he like? Is he the same as Korob's?" Sophia, a special businessman, has never seen him, such as the Shadowman businessman, Korobus, but Leon is talking about them. Obviously, Leon knows more than one such special businessman. "Well, I'll take you to meet you if you have the chance. They are also quite interesting. One of them is sitting in a hot air balloon, selling books that can be read and obtain some special abilities, and the other is a smuggler who sells specialties from the Gotlo Empire. Although his carriage is carried by a pig, the pig can cross the Sea of Gems by swimming." Leon began to introduce bookshop horse to Sophia Urzaro, and pig car smuggler Egil. "Haha, my friend, you know Marcelo and Iger too, you really have a fate." The desert merchant who was listening to Lion's description immediately echoed, "And there are also bridge-piercing people, so you are guests from Stardew Valley, right?" "Yes." Leon nodded. It was not surprising that the desert merchants knew these three merchants. After all, they were all engaged in special commodity businesses. Perhaps they also had their own social circles. "Stardew Valley is a good place, but unfortunately I can't leave the desert, otherwise I would also plan to go there to see it." The desert merchant said this with a regretful expression. Leon did not ask why the desert merchant could not leave the desert, but just asked along the topic of the desert merchant just mentioned that he knew Iger. "By the way, if you know Iger, do you know what he is doing recently? He said he will come to Stardew Valley every month, but I haven't seen him for a long time." Chapter 910. It's early. "Egil, I heard that he was detained by the Gatello Empire for smuggling." The desert merchant replied to Leon with a strange smile on his lips. "Can he be detained?" Leon was stunned when he heard this. After all, no matter how magical his pig is, he still can't swim in the warships on the sea. He was particularly unlucky to run into the fleet that transported the wounded in the Gatel Empire. Those soldiers who suffered a great loss in your Fengier Republic met Iger, who was smuggling goods to the Fengier Republic. What do you think he can do? But there is no need to worry. After all, it is just smuggling some special goods, rather than selling some things that are unfavorable to the Gotlo Empire, so it is just temporarily detained and reviewed and will not be kept for too long. I guess he should have been released now. But in the future, his pig cart would not be able to drive by himself. Perhaps his wife would take over the job. This encounter made him completely stare by the Gotlo Empire. It would be difficult for a smuggler who was exposed to the official vision to smuggle it. The desert businessman said, with a helpless expression on his face, "But there is nothing we can do. After all, business always needs to be done, and this job cannot be done for the rest of his life. Even I was doing business outside for the last time. After that, I have to start retirement. Next time you want to find my stall, the businessman you may see is my daughter." Well, it's all about passing on it. It's impossible to be a traveler for a lifetime, right? Leon didn't know what to say. After reluctantly comforting the desert merchant, he thought of a detail that he had ignored at this moment. That is the pig cart merchant and desert merchant in the game. As long as you carefully distinguish the character shapes of the mosaic, it seems that they are all female. When I met Iger before, he was a man. Leon thought it might be a deviation between the real world and the game. The desert merchant was also a man and regarded it as the same situation. Now that he got the news from the desert merchant, he immediately understood. It's not that reality and game have changed, but that it's that I have encountered them too early. Just like the only resident like Willie in the beach of Stardew Valley, the romantic novelist Elliot has not moved here to settle down. The time he came to Stardew Valley was much earlier than in the game. There were speculations in this area before, but now it is confirmed that it is true. Thank you for your comfort, my friend. Are you willing to buy some treasures you are interested in at the stall I run for the last time? The desert merchant waved to Leon and said that he was not too pessimistic, but began to sell his products as Lion's words. I also want to do it, but I don't bring any equivalent items that can be traded other than money. Although I carry some Stardew Valley specialties, I guess you won't be too interested. Leon is very interested in the desert merchant's things, but unfortunately, short money and this guy doesn't accept currency transactions. It doesn't matter, I can understand it. My friend. After all, when I met before, I didn't introduce you to my trading style and made you unprepared. I will stay here for a month. If you are ready later, welcome to choose the products you like. May the oasis always be at your feet. The desert merchant took off his turban and placed it on his chest and sent a blessing to Leon. Leon also responded by following the movements of the desert merchant, put his hand on his chest. May the oasis always be at your feet. Because there was no way to consume, Leon chatted with the desert merchant for a few more words, then left his stall and took Sophia to the only building here, the Oasis store. Why are you here again? You are bringing a girl I don't know. Are you here to show off your charm to me? Pushing open the door of Sandy's Oasis store, Leon hadn't seen where Sandy was, and he could hear Sandy's sarcastic tone in his ears. Sure enough, the scene appeared as expected, which made Leon sigh, then took out the sweet peas and fragrant berries prepared for Sandy, and an intense and exciting fragrance surged out on Lion's palm. Oh, I like the gift from Stardew Valley very much. It seems that you are prepared. Sandy, who was sitting on the sofa, saw what Leon took out, immediately turned into a smile, quickly stepped forward and took away what Leon had in his hand, and his attitude became much more friendly. However, this kindness is not aimed at Leon, but Sophia, who is a little timid when standing behind Leon. Dear, do you want to drink a glass of iced milk? I also have iced camel milk. No need, thank you. Sophia politely declined Sandy's kindness, but her eyes were secretly looking at Sandy's situation. The first conclusion she came to was that she was a beautiful sister full of enthusiasm and beauty. But unfortunately, Sophia didn't have a good first impression of Sandy because she didn't like the way Leon spoke. Sandy saw Sophia's thoughts and rolled her eyes with dissatisfaction. Buy seeds or go to the club. Go to the club. Leon was not angry that Sandy still looked so disgusted with the gift. She still smiled and asked, I just don't know if Mr. Chi is in the club. I want to talk to him about some things and express my gratitude. I don't know either. After all, I don't have a membership card, so I can't go up by myself. You can go and see it yourself, but the beautiful little girl you brought with me shouldn't have a membership card, so it's not easy to take her up. Sandy also put away her disgust and frowned and reminded Leon. You have to give it a try. At worst, I can go up and say hello to Mr. Chi first and ask if I can take Sophia in. Leon was not worried about this. Although Mr. Chi had a special personality, he was still friendly and easy to talk. At least for Leon. I guess he wouldn't have refused the gift from a little girl who wanted to express her gratitude to her, and I don't know if it was an illusion. While Leon was still talking to the desert merchant, he noticed some kind of attention from the oasis store, and the direction of the gaze was quite high. It should be, but it doesn't matter. Even if she can't get in, I will help you take good care of her. Although you are not very likable, I have to say that every girl who follows you is very good. I don't know why they like you guys. Sandy complained to Leon in dissatisfaction and gave her own guarantee. If she really wants to see her boss, I can also do it, just live up to the Stardew Valley specialties you brought to me. Chapter 911 Iridium Snake Milk. No need, Ms. Sandy, Mr. Chi already knows what Mr. Leon and this Miss Sophia are coming, and are ready to receive these two guests from Stardew Valley. Just as Leon was about to respond to Sandy, a waiter walked down at the entrance of the stairs on the second floor and dressed in a human woman and inserted it into the topic, solving these problems. Then I don't have to think of a way, they will leave it to you. Seeing this waitress, Sandy suddenly lost interest and returned to the sofa lazily, half lying down, holding the sweet peas in her hand and leaning in front of her nose, and was directly addicted to the stimulating fragrance of flowers like an addict. The waitress glanced at Sandy, who was scrambling for fishing, then withdrew her gaze and made a guiding gesture, please. Leon nodded and walked towards the second floor, while Sophia grabbed Lion's arm and followed Lion's footsteps, looking a little nervous. The security guard who had been guarding the stairs before disappeared. I don't know if he was temporarily left or avoiding suspicion. Anyway, Leon and Sophia had no obstacles, so they walked along the stairs to the mirror. Looking at Sophia huddled behind her, Leon stroked his head and comforted him, don't be nervous. Although Mr. Chi is a little special, he is still pretty good. Moreover, this meeting may allow you to better understand the wonders of some extraordinary worlds, such as the mirror in front of us. After saying that, Leon pulled Sophia in front of him and pushed her towards the mirror. In Sophia's surprised gaze, she noticed that the mirror was as physical as the hallucination, and she stepped over the mirror without any obstacles. After that, she was shocked by the starry sky corridor. It looks good. I don't know if these are hallucinations or real cosmic scenes, but I was really amazed when I saw them for the first time. Leon quipped at Sophia with a smile. It's not an illusion, nor a real universe, it's just some special decorations. The human female waiter who came in behind the two changed her appearance at this moment, changing from her usual appearance to a blue-skinned beauty. Don't be too surprised. After all, on the first floor, I still need some disguise, otherwise my skin may cause some passers-by to accidentally look through the glass door and see the store in the store. No, sister, you are really good looking. Although it has blue skin, it has to be said that this servant who is close to Mr. Chi is top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. Sophia has to admit her charm, so she gave a positive response to the servant's statement. Thank you for your appreciation, but it's time for us to move forward. The blue-skinned beauty smiled and thanked Sophia, but she did not forget her job. Under the leadership of the Blue Beauty, Leon and Sophia entered the club. Originally, in Sophia's fantasy, the club should be a mysterious space, but when she saw the fruit machines, card tables, and tavern bars, she was stunned. Well, Mr. Chi likes entertainment more. Leon scratched his nose and still helped Mr. Chi explain. Indeed, I like entertainment very much, and I like entertainment in all senses, but most of the equipment here is to give people a pressure that can vent their own pressure. Strength, a medium for indulging in your desires. Sorry to let you down, beautiful Miss Sophia. Mr. Chi's charming tone came from the side. Mr. Chi, who came from somewhere, suddenly appeared beside Leon and Sophia. If he hadn't spoken, neither of them would have noticed that there were actually more people around him. Hello, Mr. Chi. Hello, Mr. Chi. Hearing Lion's greeting, Sophia also said hello to Mr. Chi seriously. Thank you for your previous help. The resurrection stone means a lot to me. This is the gift I bring to you. At this moment, Leon also took out 2 bottles of aged blue moon wine decorated with a flower basket and handed it to Mr. Chi. Oh, perfect quality wine, even if I don't open the bottle plug, I can smell the rich aroma of wine inside, a great gift. Mr. Chi took the flower basket openly and handed it to the blue-skinned beauty beside him to signal it to put it in his collection. Then he spoke to Sophia. Don't thank me, the resurrection stone is what you deserve. I just provided a treasure map, and the treasure was found by you. Let's go to the bar to have a party. This is not a good place to chat, and as a gift, I think I should also give you a reward that is comparable to this precious gift. The person who led the way this time was Mr. Chi, who led the 2 to a small wine table next to the bar. Mr. Chi gentlemanly pulled out a stool for Sophia and signaled to the lady to give priority. Then, after Sophia sat down, he sat down with Leon. Leon and Sophia were sitting on one side, while Mr. Chi sat on the other side. After the 3 of them sat down, 3 teacups filled with purple liquid immediately appeared on the empty wine table. Leon immediately recognized the origin of this thing, starfruit tea. Sophia was a little confused, and Leon naturally explained to her. A very precious gift, thank you, Mr. Chi. When he learned that starfruit tea was actually a drink processed from starfruit, Sophia immediately expressed her gratitude to Mr. Chi. No, this is just an ordinary tea drink, and the gift is not it. Mr. Chi shook his head, then clapped his hands, and the disappeared blue-skinned beauty appeared again and brought a dark purple jar with the letters engraved by the M. This is my return gift, a portion of milk from a strange creature, I like to call it iridium milk. Please take it, this is a good thing. Leon looked at Sophia who was at a loss, took the can and reminded Sophia. It's indeed a good thing. After all, the milk of this creature is difficult to collect. Originally, this bottle was prepared for Leon, but he doesn't need this thing very much now. Instead, you, Sophia, you need it very much. Drinking it will bring you good improvements. Mr. Chi looked at Lion's initiative with a smile, and admired Lion's stableness. Thank you. Sophia took the jar under Mr. Chi and Lion's anticipated gaze. After buying the jar, she noticed that the so-called iridium milk is different from milk. It is dark purple. You can still see some phantoms like snakes wandering inside. But if you observe carefully, these phantoms disappear again, but you can find that this dark purple iridium milk reflects colorful pearl light that is completely different from its tone. It looks pretty good, but Sophia has maintained a certain doubt about whether it can be drunk. Chapter 912 Almost Ascended to the Sky. Fortunately, Mr. Chi only gave iridium snake milk, but did not signal Sophia to drink it here, which made Sophia breathe a sigh of relief. Leon is not willing to let Sophia drink it now. Although he doesn't know the specific taste of iridium snake milk, it shouldn't be too wonderful to recall the bad expressions of the characters in the cutscene of the game drinking iridium snake milk. No need to say anything, thank you. I'll meet you. If there is nothing else, I think you can experience the club's entertainment facilities. It's time for me to improve my studio. After sending out the iridium snake milk, Mr. Chi spoke calmly at Leon and Sophia. But he did not leave directly, but instead looked at Leon with a smile, obviously waiting for Leon to give him an excuse to keep him staying. Leon did not disappoint Mr. Chi. He came. He was not at ease without asking what was going on in Jiangdao. Mr. Chi was not surprised by Lion's inquiry. Instead, he supported his chin with interest and turned his head to Leon and asked, "Why do you think I would give you an island?" "Thank you for being bait and preparing a new trial for me," Leon speculated. It's okay to say this, but it's only part of it. In fact, the main reason for doing this is to make up for a regret that I once had. Mr. Chi paused when he said this, then looked at Sophia and suggested, "Don't you know Miss Sophia is willing to experience the slot machines in the club? I can give you 1,000 Chi coins." Yet, Sophia knew that Mr. Chi was planning to send him aside and chat with Leon alone, so she naturally didn't understand the winks, so she immediately stood up and planned to leave. The blue-skinned beauty who had been standing beside Mr. Chi immediately walked to Sophia and took her away. When only Leon and Mr. Chi were left around, Mr. Chi continued to speak. "And this regret has a lot to do with you. When your grandfather Mr. Baron adopted you, I was actually very interested in you. Leon, you are very special. This special thing is unprecedented. Your powerful and brilliant soul that is incompatible with the body of a baby surprised me. I know you were born extraordinary, but it's a pity that you were discovered first by Baron, and he loved you very much, so I can only let Baron take over your custody. If he had been willing at the time, maybe you are my adopted son now. I hope that saying this will not make you feel offended, but I really like you, and this has been the case since you were a child. It's not offensive, but I feel like I'm losing a lot," Leon quipped with a smile. "Of course, it's just a joke. Thank you Mr. Chi for your appreciation, but I still think that being adopted by my grandfather is the luckiest thing. I like Red Star Farm and Stardew Valley. Even though my grandfather has passed away, he left me a lot of precious property during his lifetime, and even if he is separated from the material world, he is already considering me. Children always need to be taken care of. They are the future of this world and their own continuation, right?" Mr. Chi nodded to Leon with a smile. "So I gave you Jiangdao at a suitable opportunity. On the one hand, to make up for the regret of not becoming your custodian, and on the other hand, to provide you with a new opportunity to make yourself better. After taking a sip of starfruit tea, Mr. Chi placed his hand on the table and tapped the tabletop gently, making a dull sound. Then the tabletop actually began to glow, and then the wooden tabletop turned into a screen, projecting a bird's-eye view model of an isolated island on the ocean. This is Jiangdao, my favorite island, full of secrets and hidden treasures, and many interesting guys. This is a paradise with danger and a miracle created by enduring the baptism of time. Mr. Chi, who was watching the panoramic view of Jiangdao with Leon, counted the top view model of Jiangdao with his hands, and the clicked area immediately began to enlarge. This is the eastern coastline and cave that was not handed over to you in the contract. It has its own name, that is Pirate Bay, a gathering place for interesting guys who call themselves pirates but actually do the work of marine adventurers. This is why I didn't hand it over to you. This group of adventure-loving guys also need a safe and suitable area for rest and communication, but I won't stop you from going there to explore. If you can even join their banquet at the right time, where you may learn some secrets in the ocean and even exchange something special. After saying that, Mr. Chi pointed to another area and revealed a large area of golden sand and explained. And here is another western coastline that I didn't teach you. There is a poor little girl here who is settling down. I didn't intend to drive her away. She has become used to living here. She is a good neighbor. I hope you can get along well. Other areas already belong to you completely, so I won't introduce them to you. If you want to know their secrets, you have to rely on you to explore them yourself. Don't you reveal any information at all. Leon shrugged his shoulders and looked at Mr. Chi tentatively. No, child, this is a gift. If I help you open it for you in advance, there will be no surprises. Mr. Chi raised his hand and the desktop returned to normal. But I can give you a little kind reminder, that is, be well prepared to explore the volcano, where the danger is far more than the abandoned mines you have experienced and the skeleton mines you are about to explore. I remember it, very important reminder. Leon nodded seriously, knowing that Mr. Chi was not joking. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. After all, you still have natural protection, right? Although it will look a little embarrassed, you have the chance to start over again, right? I'm still looking forward to what changes will happen after you experience the boundary between life and death. Mr. Chi said in a bad mood. That may disappoint you, I am quite cautious. Leon joked. Maybe. Mr. Chi nodded undeniably, and then asked again. By the way, how are you going to this island? Buy a boat? Or find an excellent captain, but it seems that it requires a clear chart. I wonder if Mr. Chi can provide one. Leon replied. Of course. Mr. Chi seemed to guess Lion's thoughts. After Leon finished speaking, a slightly yellowed cloth appeared in front of Leon, which used charcoal to depict the direction of the route from Xingde Valley to Jiangdao and the undercurrents and reefs that need to be paid attention to on the way. Unfortunately, Leon couldn't understand it, but he believed that Willie should have no problem. Jiangdao is there, you can go and have a look at it at any time, but in a short period of time I hope you can complete the challenge of the skeleton mine first. After all, I am really curious that you can pass this trial in one go. After Mr. Chi said this, he stood up and left. Leon put away the chart, looked up and looked around. He found that Mr. Chi was indeed missing. He did not deliberately search for it. He drank the cup of starfruit tea in front of him and took another cup of starfruit tea that had not been touched by Sophia before to find Sophia, who was going to experience the slot machine. Chapter 913. This reinforcement is not serious. Wu, Leon, there is something wrong with this slot machine. I haven't seen the triple reward until now. Just after finding Sophia, who was staring at various icons shaking at the screen in front of a water slot machine, Sophia looked aggrieved. He threw himself into Lion's arms and complained in grievance. Maybe you were not lucky today. Leon stroked Sophia's cheek and comforted, you are leaving too fast and haven't tasted starfruit tea yet. Let's try it, it tastes really great. Then come on, I think your luck should be pretty good. Sophia was immediately happy after receiving comfort. She took the starfruit tea brought by Leon and held it in her hand, then pressed Leon with her shoulders and let him stand in front of the slot machine. Leon glanced at the slot machine, with a standard arcade shape, an extended pull rod on the right to start the game, and a funnel below to hold the exited coins. There are no fancy decorations on the machine, only 3 buttons, 10, 100, 1000, representing points that can be invested. The screen in the middle is a prize winning sequence with drum shape. Now the pattern on it is a parsnips, a nautilus, and a diamond. The 3 completely unrelated patterns mean that the points invested do not make any profit. Leon remembered that Mr. Chi said he would provide Sophia with 1000 coins, but now there are only 100 points left on the points display bar in the corner. And I came over without long chatting with Mr. Chi, and there was only one thing left. Leon naturally guessed that Sophia should have played quite a bit. The ratio of Chi coins to cash exchange is 1 to 10, and Sophia spent 9,000 G at once. Fortunately, it was Mr. Chi who gave it, otherwise Leon would feel a little distressed. I'm quite a big game, 100 a day, I thought you would score 10 a day. Leon teased Sophia, then clicked the button marked 100 points and pulled down the pull rod. Anyway, there are only 100 points left. Forget it after spending it in one go, anyway, it's the free coin. If this percentage is swallowed, you can take Sophia back. The lively sound effects and the clamoring drum sound rang after the slot machine was pulled down, and as the rollers on the screen rolled rapidly, different patterns were changing rapidly. When the music gradually calmed down, the 3-section roller began to pause from left to right. Parsnip, milk, cherries. The points column in the corner immediately changed from 0 to 200. Although the 3 patterns are not the same, cherries are special rewards. If 1 cherry appears alone, the investment points will double, and 2 triple. If 3 appear, you will make a lot of money and can increase the investment points by 500 times. He made 100 yuan, but Sophia was not excited, but instead complained in anger. I also produced a cherry at the beginning, earned 10 points, and then released 10 times in a row. I felt very lucky, and I started to invest 100 points, but I didn't win once after that. I think this is the sweet trap designed by the machine. Now I give you a hint of a possible turnaround, so that you can increase your investment. Leon, don't fall into the trap. And, I'm not a gambling monster. Didn't you let me play? Leon did not have any emotional fluctuations about winning the prize. No matter how many coins there were, they could not be exchanged for cash. Although there were many good things in the casino shops, Leon was only interested in 1 starfruit, but it was only a star fruit that could be unlocked if it had to win the 3-star fruit reward sequence, which was too low. Maybe when you have enough of the amplification effect of the 7-star rings, you can come and try it if you prepare 100,000 cash. Now, you won't consider dreaming. Sure enough, the next 2 pull rods were all 3-pointers, and the original 200 points were completely cleared at this moment, eliminating Sophia's expectation of turning around in desperate situations. Why should I buy some coins? Sophia was still a little unwilling to accept that even if neither of them had won the 3 consecutive rewards in one time, so she suggested when Leon was about to leave the slot machine. What are you thinking? I'm irrelevant with gambling and drugs. I have so much money that I have no place to spend it, right? Leon knocked Sophia's head speechlessly and admonished, don't you know gambling can easily lose everything? Okay, listen to you, after all, I have to save money to develop that island for you. Sophia was reminded by Lion's words and immediately gave up this idea, took Lion's arm and pulled Leon outward. Then let's go back. We have met Mr. Chi, and the purpose this time has been achieved. Well, what about the iridium milk that Mr. Chi gave you? Leon didn't plan to stay here for a long time, but before leaving, he noticed that Sophia had empty hands and the teacup of star fruit tea that she had just finished drinking was gone, not to mention the jar of iridium snake milk, and asked immediately. Drink it, the sister who brought us here told me that the earlier I drink it, the better the effect, and I muster up the courage to finish it, Sophia explained. What about that? Leon asked curiously. Taste? It doesn't taste like ordinary water. Sophia replied. Then are there any special changes after drinking? Leon asked back. No, what's wrong? Sophia asked in confusion. It shouldn't be. After hearing this answer, Leon was also confused. After all, this is iridium milk. If it doesn't have any smell, it's all gone, but the effect of strengthening the body has disappeared. It is impossible for Mr. Chi to take out the fakes. After all, he uses rare things like star fruit tea to entertain guests. It is impossible for the iridium milk to be used as a gift, but there is no special thing. Could it be that this enhancement effect is subtle, so Leon suggested to Sophia, you try to pick me up now. Oh! Although I don't know why Leon said that, Sophia did as she obediently, and her petite figure and slender arms easily picked Leon up in the waist. Is there any difference between it and before? After being put down, Leon asked. No. Sophia shook her head. It's strange. Leon was even more confused and wanted to ask Mr. Chi for the situation, but there was no trace of Mr. Chi in the club now. When I asked the Blue Beauty, I didn't get an answer, but I just got a pretty standard but polite smile. In the end, Leon had no intention of exploring it again. He estimated that the effect of iridium milk might have not been exerted for the time being, so he temporarily forgot about this matter and took Sophia away from the second floor. After saying hello to Sandy, Leon went home. After driving the car back to Red Star Farm, Sophia immediately jumped out of the car with great vitality. Then, after Leon had just parked the car, he jumped up suddenly, hung himself on Lion's body, and wrapped his legs around Lion's waist. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Leon pointed at Sophia's nose and quipped. I want you. At this time, Sophia was very anxious to kiss Lion's face. His hands were not honest. Is he sick? Lion's first reaction to Sophia's wrong state was to worry. But Sophia's next move completely dispelled Lion's idea. Because she realized that Leon was not cooperating at all, Sophia actually jumped down, grabbed Lion's arm and dragged him into the room. The building was useless. She pushed Leon halfway and got off the sofa. Only after discovering that Sophia's combat power was different from her previous ones did Leon react. Combined with the combination of iridium milk, it is the ability in this aspect. No wonder Mr. Chi said that this thing is not suitable for him now. I just don't know if Sophia's impulsive emotions will last forever or will only appear this time. If it is the former, then Leon will have to find Mr. Chi to solve the problem. After all, this state may be quite interesting if it is just once, but it has become the norm. Sophia may not be able to go out in the future. Chapter 914 Tacit. Fortunately, the ending was good. After satisfying this impulse, Sophia calmed down. Although she was very shy, after finding that she could already share the same fate as the monster Leon, Sophia was still very satisfied with the ending of this battle. Because of this, Leon can also be satisfied, so there is no need to consider using other means to achieve this goal. But Leon did not relax, but maintained his observation of Sophia. This state continued until he did not see Sophia appear again at night, and when he came back at noon, he was able to relax. And under the same training at night, he maintained the combat power that matched Leon, which made Leon completely confirm that Sophia's strengthening only involves physical fitness and does not affect emotions. The situation in the morning may be just a stress response after strengthening. Now you can't scare me. Sophia, whose skin was still blushing, was quite arrogant at the moment. After all, she was no longer the little gangster who could only beg for mercy. Are you sure? Looking at Sophia's breathing rhythm that was not stable while speaking, Leon asked with his eyebrows raised, and at the same time he drew his sword out of the sheath again. Oh! Sophia, who had not recovered, felt energetic again when she saw Lion's face suddenly changed. Brother, I was wrong. Sophia, who decisively admitted to her mercy, fearing that Leon would kill him again. It's both delicious and fun. After complaining about this joke again, Leon didn't scare Sophia. Although the physical improvement is indeed outstanding, Sophia is still much worse than her infinite vitality. However, her current physical reserves should not be much worse than Helena. Helena's record is very similar to Sophia. The reason why she was beaten by Leon was completely because she did not hold back against Helena. How did Zilong break into Cao's camp? Leon followed suit. In order to take revenge on the fact that Helena was bullied, she shouldn't do so in the future. However, the effect of iridium snake milk is indeed very good, which made Leon wonder whether he could give Abigail a portion too. After all, the most delicious one now has become Abigail, but after thinking about it, Leon thought he would give up. Because Mr. Chi also said that obtaining iridium snake milk is not easy, and if only Abigail is left without the power of a fight, compared with Sophia's performance, Abigail's bottom line may be further compressed and let him think of other ways to achieve the same goal, which is also a good thing for Leon. While thinking about it, Sophia, who had crawled into his arms, was already asleep. Leon looked at the moonlight outside, but did not wait any longer. He closed his eyes and rested, and opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. There was no one around, but after putting on his clothes and going downstairs, Leon saw someone busy in the kitchen, but his hair was not right. Long blonde hair, off-white sweater, and sky-blue floral skirt, tall figure and slightly plump body curves are all telling this is a ripe fruit, but Leon has no time to appreciate it. Camilla. That's right, this seductive mature woman is the witch who had a frank time with Leon. Yo! Upon hearing this, Camilla turned around and greeted Leon quite casually, and then continued to start her own troubles about the frying pan. That's right, it's a tossing. After all, the frying pan with black smoke is obviously not working normally. Leon rubbed his eyes and patted his cheeks. The touch of the skin feedback made him sure that he was not dreaming, so the person in the kitchen in front of him was indeed Camilla. Why are you here? If you don't understand the situation, Leon naturally needs to understand it. Abigail brought me here. She needed to change clothes suitable for festival celebrations, but because you were not awake, I helped you with the girl named Sophia to take care of the farm, so I took over the job of preparing breakfast. Camilla was debugging the flame size of the gas stove below, but no matter how hard it tried, the black smoke became more and more intense, and a rather pungent smell of coke began to spread in the air. Seeing this, Leon ignored the embarrassment and quickly went up and turned off the heat to pick up the pot, then turned on the faucet to rinse. Under the baptism of cold water, a large ball of water vapor gushed out of the boiling frying pan. Under the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the frying pan cracked with a click. Your kitchen utensils are too difficult to get, so you shouldn't have done this. Seeing this, Camilla raised her hands to show her innocence. You take a rest, I'll do it, how can I let the guests cook? Leon rubbed his temples with a headache, looked at the frying pan that seemed to be repaired, and threw it into the trash can, then took out the flour from the cabinet and started kneading. Camilla wanted to say something, but when she saw Lion's familiar movements, she could only stick out her tongue and then quietly left the kitchen. When they came back, Sophia and Abigail also entered the door together. Leon, look, big egg! Sophia shouted and ran to Leon, showing it with a brown egg the size of an adult's fist like a treasure. Big brown egg, not bad. Leon took the egg, smashed it with one hand and added it to the basin, then put it in the refrigerator. Omega or noodles? Abigail asked casually as he looked at Lion's preparation. The noodles, the frying pan is broken, you go and change your clothes, or take your friends to watch TV. I'll have a while. Leon began kneading the dough in an orderly manner, and reminded Abigail. Knowing that he didn't need his own help, Abigail didn't ask any more questions and pulled Camilla away from the kitchen. On the contrary, Sophia seemed to have nothing to do, so she stayed in the kitchen and leaned against the wall to appreciate Lion's movements. After Abigail changed his clothes, Leon also cooked noodles, and 4 steaming bowls of hand-rolled noodles were placed on the dining table. Sit down and have a meal. Breakfast is simple. Gus should have prepared a lot of delicious food when he goes back to the beach, so I will prepare some food first. Leon greeted the 3 of them to sit down, then glanced at Camilla, who was not very used to chopsticks and was asking Abigail for advice. The performance was quite natural, and the relationship with Abigail was always very good, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that Camilla did not disclose what Abigail had experienced with Leon, and he also had a tacit understanding of maintaining the same distant attitude with Leon, which avoided a lot of trouble and embarrassment. Chapter 915 Enjoy the banquet together. The breakfast ended successfully. Abigail took over the work of washing dishes, while Sophia left first and went home. Today is the Hawaiian Banquet Festival. She stayed overnight in Lyon last night, so she needed to go back and change her clothes first, and prepare a portion of ingredients for adding to the ballot soup. While Abigail was in the kitchen, Leon shook Camilla. Although Camilla was a little unhappy, she followed Leon away from the kitchen and came to the living room. "Sorry, it's been a problem for you, but you should know why. Miranda's threat forced me to ask Abigail to invite you to this festival, and you didn't seem to have talked to Abigail, so I hope we can continue to maintain this tacit understanding until we spend today's Hawaiian banquet." Looking at Camilla, Leon took the lead in expressing his attitude. "It's understandable that Miranda is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, and I have said before, just pretend that nothing has happened." Camilla nodded indifferently, agreeing with Leon's statement, but for some reason, she never looked at Leon even at once. After the communication, Leon was silent. Camilla didn't know what to say, but just stared at her toes silently, but unfortunately she couldn't see it at all. The atmosphere was very awkward at this moment. After a long time, Camilla said, "By the way, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you last time, I might have been unable to move in the desert. Help each other, without your magic, we can't leave that temple." Leon waved his hand, looked at Camilla's somewhat cramped appearance, and sighed silently. The dialogue ended and the atmosphere solidified again. Fortunately, Abigail had finished washing dishes at this time, and enthusiastically ran over and hugged Camilla's arm and complained to Leon, "Don't you change your clothes? It's good, the weather is so hot, you're not, can you wear a suit or dress?" Leon teased with his shoulders. "Then are your ingredients ready?" Abigail also felt that what Leon said made sense, so he changed the topic. "Well, do you want me to prepare one for you?" Leon nodded and asked. "No, we are not married yet, so I am still the daughter of Pierre's family. My dad is ready, but Camilla is not ready. You can help her prepare a suitable ingredients," Abigail explained. "No problem." Leon took the commission, then searched for the treasure chest, and then took out a Venus-quality cauliflower and a Venus-quality melon. "Pick one." Leon held up a high-quality crop with one hand and spoke to Camilla. "I'll do." Camilla hugged Abigail, her eyes dodged. Leon did not pay attention to this situation, nor did he ask again. He went to find 2 bags, packed the cauliflower and melon, and then asked, "Do you want to leave now, or wait for Sophia to come and gather together?" "Let's go now. Sophia's manor is right next to the beach. Let's drive there. Then call and stay in the car and wait for her. The weather is very good today, and the sun is very bright. It will be more comfortable to blow the air conditioner in the car," Abigail suggested. Leon nodded and then went to drive. Abigail pulled Camilla, who had been energetic in his home but now became quite ladylike, and muttered in a low voice. "Camilla, something is wrong with you. Are you nervous?" "Nervous? How is that possible? I'm not nervous," Camilla hurriedly defended, but the repeated words were not very convincing. Abigail thought Camilla was a little unwilling to let go of the more strange Leon, so he immediately smiled and joked. It's okay, Leon is actually quite a good person. You have seen him before. Relax a little. You are my best friend, and Leon is my boyfriend. If you can become friends, you will be tired of staying in the castle village in the future. You can also come to Zingd Valley to relax. It would be best if you can become friends. When Camilla heard this, she looked at Abigail seriously with complicated eyes and opened her mouth, but she didn't put up a complete sentence for a long time, and finally she just uttered a light whisper. Just then, Leon had already turned the car and drove to the door. Abigail immediately pulled Camilla and opened the rear door and sat in the back row. Then he stuck it with Camilla and did not take over the co-pilot. Obviously, she wanted to relieve Camilla's emotions and wanted to give Camilla a little more security. Seeing this, Leon didn't say anything and drove silently towards Pelican Town. The town was calm at this moment. Occasionally, everyone they saw was rushing in one direction. The closer they were to the beach, the more passers-by could see. Many people don't know Leon, but they look familiar because they are all locals from Stardew Valley. Although the sun was quite strong, everyone didn't care. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and everyone was holding a fresh ingredients for the pale soup in their hands. It was obviously the same as Leon and others. When Leon parked his car in the open space near the beach, he could see the completely lively beach from a distance. Even though the laughter was hundreds of meters away, it still passed through the air, through the closed window, and reached the ears of the three people in the car. It's really lively. Camilla's eyes were thrown out the window, looking at the bustling crowds on the beach in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. I believe that the castle village can do this in the future. Abigail heard the yearning and longing in Karami's voice, and gave Camilla a big hug and encouraged him. Leon didn't say anything because he didn't know what was going on in Castle Village, but he could also notice that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Fortunately, Leon didn't need to speak at this time. With Abigail comforting Camilla, the atmosphere in the car would not be too solid. It was not until Sophia, who had changed into a pink dress and a sun hat, stood outside the car and knocked on the window that the three of them turned off the engine and got off the car. Will the wine added to the balloon soup become delicious? Abigail asked as he looked at the blue moon wine in Sophia's hand. Of course, this is the secret recipe given to me by Dad. Sophia replied confidently, and when she mentioned her deceased father, her expression did not change at all. Leon expressed his gratitude for this and was completely sure that the girl had finally come out. He immediately rubbed Sophia's soft pink short hair in a doting way. Sophia enjoyed Lion's caress very much. Seeing Abigail holding Camilla, she also took the initiative to hold Lion's arm. After the assembly, Leon waved his hand and greeted, "Go away and enjoy the banquet together." Chapter 916 Cooking Spirit. The arrival of Leon and his four-member group was not abrupt for the team that joined the beach one after another. But in terms of attention, it is extremely high. After all, none of them are ugly in this group of men and 3 women. And although Leon doesn't know many people in the town, many people know him. In addition to Pierre's grocery store's daughter, Sophia, who was alone in order, managed the huge grape estate in an orderly manner, is all famous in the town. Famous townspeople, plus a charming but charming Camilla, this team has a very high eye-catching index in Pelican's town. Of course, just a few more glances, everyone nodded with a kind smile, but they didn't want to come and talk or flatter. Leon also responded with a smile to all the townspeople who expressed good intentions in their sight, and then walked towards the center of the beach. The beach is very lively at this moment, and a large number of carpets made of thick leaves the size of a palm fan cover half of the area on the beach. A speaker is placed in the center of the leaf carpet on the west side of the beach, playing a passionate and unrestrained symphony. Some energetic men, women, young and old were walking barefoot on the leaf carpet and twisting their bodies to the melody of the music. There is no unified dance posture, but it is not limited to chaos. The beach is different. The center of the beach is centered on the wooden large tank 2 meters high and more than 4 meters wide, similar to the bathtub's shaped shape. There are 3 large long tables placed on the 3 reverse leaf carpets on the upper, left, and right sides, and the tables are filled with various delicacies and clean sets of tableware. Even under the salty and wet sea breeze, it is still impossible to conceal the fragrance emitted by these foods. Many Pelican Town people gathered at these 3 tables, chatting and enjoying the food. Gus, a well-known chef in Pelican Town, set up an open-air kitchen at the bottom, constantly cooking fresh food to make up for the vacancies of the dining tables that were eaten by the people in Pelican Town. There were still some people around to help, and it looked very lively. It seems that Gus is the busiest one every holiday. Because there were a lot of people there, Leon did not go over to disturb Gus' work. However, when Abigail saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Gus likes cooking very much. This is a task he took the initiative to take charge. He said that the chef's responsibility is to ensure that the best food is presented to the guests. Appreciating the satisfied smiles and listening to the guests' praises is the best reward for the chef. Sophia spoke to help Gus explain how to calculate the cost of ingredients and labor costs. Leon looked around and saw where he was spending money to buy meal tickets, but found that there was no such arrangement around. Gus was just an open-air kitchen. Apart from kitchen utensils and ingredients, there was no other things that were not related to the kitchen. Don't worry, Leon, these ingredients are provided by everyone in Pelican Town, and there is no need for money. After all, this is a Hawaiian banquet, one of the oldest festivals and anniversary in Pelican Town. In order to pursue the spirit of sharing among ancestors, the food every year is shared for free, which is also one of the traditions. As for Gus' salary, I actually paid him 500 G, but he refused. Maybe you can persuade him to accept this compensation? After noticed Lion's appearance, Louis rushed over immediately and smiled and gave an answer after hearing Lion's words. I can't persuade Gus' personality, and he enjoys it, so that's it. Leon shrugged his shoulders and said that he was powerless. Louis' smile became even brighter when he heard this. He pointed to the dining table next to him and encouraged Leon, yes, Gus enjoyed this state very much and saved me a lot of expenses, so don't let him down and eat with a full stomach. Leon glanced at the 3 girls around him and gestured to them not to be restrained, but the 3 of them shook their heads naturally. Leon could only turn his head and explain to Louis. I'm not hungry after breakfast. I'll wait. By the way, has the governor come? It's on the way, it should be coming soon. After all, the governor has never missed the Hawaiian banquet every year. By the way, have you brought the ingredients? If you bring them, remember to add them to the bale soup. Louis reminded. Leon nodded, then looked at the large wooden jar located in the center. Marnie was standing on a chair, holding a large, extra long spoon, and stirring it in the tank from time to time. It looked like the sweat beads on her forehead, and it was obvious that she had been busy for a long time. "I'll come when I go, you can enjoy the festival." After Leon said something to the three girls, he walked towards Balatang. As soon as he approached the boiled ballet soup, an indescribable but very attractive fragrance couldn't wait to penetrate Lion's nose, making Leon unable to help swallowing. "Hi Leon, let me see what good things you brought." Marnie, who had just finished stirring the bailout, was wiping her sweat. When she saw Leon leaning over, she immediately greeted enthusiastically. "High-quality cauliflower, there should be no problem." Leon took out the high-quality cauliflower from the system backpack and asked. "Of course, throw it in." Marnie nodded and then reminded. "Don't you need to deal with it and clean it?" Leon was stunned when he heard this. "Of course not, this is tradition, and your cauliflower is not dirty, right?" Marnie asked back with a smile. "Okay, listen to you." Leon no longer hesitated, raised the high-quality cauliflower and threw it in. A ploppy sound of water flowing in, but there was no splash of excess soup. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Leon smelled the strange fragrance from bale soup and became more intense. "By the way, I have another ingredient brought by a friend who was invited to visit. It is a high-quality melon, so should I throw it in directly?" After putting in the high-quality cauliflower, Leon took out the high-quality melon prepared for Camilla and asked Marnie. "After all, I have to give Camilla a sense of presence and contribute the ingredients needed for bale soup, which can also allow her to quickly integrate into the festive atmosphere." "No, Leon, everyone can only invest one ingredient. This is tradition. If this is what you prepared for that friend, you have to let her do it yourself." Marnie shook her head and explained seriously. In addition to various ingredients, the bell soup cooks also have a spirit of selfless dedication. The spirit that belongs to you has been integrated into the soup with the cauliflower. If you have a little more, it will affect the final taste of bell soup. Chapter 917 Camilla's Request. Leon had no doubt about Marnie's slightly exaggerated statement. On the contrary, I further understood why the players did not put the ingredients they carried in the bale soup in the game. The governor would say that something seemed to be missing, and it felt like there was a unique taste of one person. There are so many mysterious colors and special situations in this world, and Leon has long been used to it. "Okay, then I'll call her over." Leon nodded, then greeted Camilla, who was still in the air, and asked her to come over. Although Camilla was puzzled, she still trotted over obediently. After getting Lion's explanation, she understood the reason why she was called. Without hesitation, Camilla took the melon from Lion's hand and threw it into the bell soup. Then she closed her eyes and stretched out her palm and stuck it to the wooden jar where the bell soup was brewed. "Hi, girl, don't touch it, it's very hot." Marnie was startled when she saw this and hurriedly called out to try to stop Camilla's movements. "Don't worry, she knows it." Leon knew that Camilla was not aimless and immediately helped comfort Marnie. Marnie was still a little hesitant when she heard this, but since Leon had said so, she no longer persuaded her, but just looked at Camilla with some concern. After a moment, Camilla opened her eyes and showed an apology to Marnie. She quickly withdrew her palm after touching the wooden jar. There was indeed no sign of burning on her palm. When Marnie saw that Camilla's palm was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued to stir the soup. Leon looked at Camilla and inquired, "What do you feel?" "Well, I felt a very interesting magic, very old and complicated." When talking about magic, Camilla's performance became confident and natural, and no longer deliberately dodged Lion's gaze, and spoke happily. No wonder the people in Pelican Town are so harmonious and friendly, not only because of their living habits and traditions, but the annual Hawaiian banquet is also a ritual that increases everyone's cohesion and understanding. "Is this magic engraved on this wooden jar?" Leon asked. "No, it's the soup itself. I said that this is an ancient magic. The magic learned by people in ancient times was not as simple as it is now. It requires relying on various mediums and rituals. The production of Bailuo soup is done in accordance with the steps of ancient magic." Camilla shook her head and explained. "This is a very interesting soul magic. The ingredients that are put into it will also bring a soul trace of the investor when they leave the investor. The soul trace of the investor is integrated into the Bail soup is the medium, and boiling and stirring are the ritual. This soul trace will be transformed into a special seasoning during the ceremony and incorporated into each drop of soup according to the mood changes of the investor at that time. The person who drinks the soup can taste this unique taste and then produce a harmonious soul resonance. This resonance will also affect the likes and dislikes of those who eat Bail soup for resonators. For example, if the investor's emotions are malicious, then the resonance will appear bad, which will affect his perception of the investor and develop an instinctive disgust. On the contrary, if the investor's emotions are positive and friendly, then he will gain his favor. "Oh, then if I put a very bad ingredient into it, but with a kindness, what will happen?" Leon quipped when he heard this. "If you are kind-hearted, why would you put in a very bad ingredient?" Camilla looked at Leon speechlessly and asked. "Okay, I asked nonsense." Leon shrugged his shoulders and admitted decisively. "Indeed, emotions are all caused by the heart. How can you express kindness even though you know that you are doing bad things?" "Leon, I want to ask you something." Camilla did not pay attention to Lion's self-deprecating, but instead looked at Leon with expectations. "You want to learn this magic?" Although Camilla didn't say what she wanted to ask herself for, Leon could guess. Although Leon did not intervene in the car, he listened to the entire content in full, and could probably guess what Camilla was envious and what he was looking forward to. Castle Village is not a peaceful and beautiful area like Pelican Town. The Castle Village is in the Crimson Desert outside. In a sense, it can also be said to be a military fortress and the first line of defense. Most of the people there are always nervous to deal with crises that may arise at any time. In such an environment, the people in Castle Village naturally have a sense of psychological pressure and urgency. In addition, the occasional casualties, the people in Castle Village are actually not optimistic in their mental state. What Camilla envies is the harmony and relaxation of the people in Pelican Town, but she will not be able to do so. Resentment and jealousy. Because of the characteristics of the Castle Village, the people living there are not ordinary people at all. They are all voluntarily guarding the guardians of the peaceful ordinary people world like Pelican Town, and Camilla is one of them. Perhaps the situation in Castle Village is not easy to change, but it is definitely a good thing to make everyone more cohesive and deepen mutual trust. This is also what Camilla is willing to see, so after knowing the special nature of Bail Tang, Leon can understand the idea of wanting to learn to replicate. Sure enough, Camilla did have this idea. Can you help me? I can pay a lot of money, or owe you a favor, and do what I can to repay this favor. I'm not sure about the situation, so I'll ask you first. If you can, you don't need to pay these costs. Leon knew that Camilla was not for himself, and he respected the guardians of the castle village who were alert to the dangerous border of the gathering of monsters in hell and carried the burden, so he naturally supported this matter. Then he ignored Camilla's condition and mentality at the moment. The audience looked around and found Louis, who was waiting for the governor at the entrance of the beach, and ran over without stopping. Leon, do you want to welcome the governor with me? He has arrived in Pelican's town and can come here in at most 10 minutes. Seeing Lion's arrival, Louis suggested very energetic. Yes, but before that, Louis, I want to ask you a question. Leon nodded and then explained his purpose. Louis, do you mind if I teach the cooking method of bale soup to the people in Castle Village? If possible, I am willing to pay a large tuition fee or make some other value compensation. Chapter 918 I owe you a favor. Want to share with the people of Castle Village the traditional method of making bale soup? No problem. Louis waved his hand very proudly and said, what's the point of confusion about this? Originally, the spirit of bale tang is to share. If the process of making is not too complicated and many people are not interested, I would like to announce this method to everyone. You don't need to pay anything at all, but you have to learn it yourself first. Thank you. Leon was also happy to get permission so easily. Ha ha ha, there is nothing to thank for. As I said, if you want to teach the people in Castle Village, you have to learn it yourself first. Now there are not many people in Pelican Town who have mastered the cooking of ballot soup. When Marnie is not convenient for this kind of physical work in the future, you can take over this job. You shouldn't mind. Louis laughed and patted Lion's shoulder and teased. No problem. Leon decisively agreed to the proposal, not only to express his gratitude, but also to be really interested in the production of baleau soup. According to Camilla, this is an ancient magic, and he seems to have no talent for magic, but even an ordinary person, Leon believes that he should be able to learn the ancient magic that even Marnie can master. In this way, Rasmades will not be ridiculed as a reckless man in the future. And Leon was also willing to satisfy the idea that Louis asked him to learn first. Louis has been thinking about leaving himself in Pelican's Town more than once. Although Leon has made it clear that he will settle in Pelican's Town, he is still fixing this matter as much as possible. He will naturally not give up the opportunity to learn baleau this time. From the results, both sides were very satisfied with this. After getting what he wanted, Leon did not let go without saying goodbye, waiting at the entrance for the governor's arrival as he had promised Louis. It was said to be 10 minutes, but in fact, in less than 4 minutes, the chubby Governor Andrew walked over in his standard purple suit and gentleman's hat. Ah, I smelled the scent of bale soup here, which is a delicious food that is unforgettable. As soon as they met, Andrew sighed with a smile on his face, then hugged Louis and Leon separately, and teased. I came in my private capacity, and I don't need to be so grand. Just help me be a tourist. I just wanted to see my good friend the first time. Louis quipped. This reason is very reasonable. Andrew nodded with satisfaction, then asked Leon, "What about your reason?" Leon: "There is no reason. Isn't it necessary for me to welcome the elders?" Leon asked with his eyes blinking. "Ha ha ha, there is no reason to do it. Let's go and take me in to experience the lively atmosphere of the Hawaiian banquet. In order to drink a few more sips of soup, I didn't have breakfast. I'm really hungry now, so I have to eat something first." Andrew smiled even more when he heard this. He put his arm on Lion's shoulder very intimately, urging Leon to take him to see what delicious food was. The arrival of the governor made many people in Pelican Town feel energetic. No matter what they are doing, as long as they notice the governor, they will greet him warmly, but it cannot be said to be flattering. It is precisely this attitude that makes Andrew more comfortable, which is also one of the reasons why he likes Pelican Town. Here, he will not be sought after and paid attention to, and this situation will make him feel relaxed. When walking towards the dining table with Leon, Andrew didn't. I was idle, and lowered my voice and asked Leon, "I received the royal documents. When did you become a viscount?" "I participated in an event held by a church before, and I tried some effort, but I was attracted by duke dress, so I became a knight," Leon explained in a joke. "Oh? So that's it. It's a pity that I needed to attend an important meeting that day. I didn't go to the World Tree Model to witness that great ceremony. It's a pity to say, but you did a good job. Although the current title is not as valuable as hundreds of years, at least with the title you can get in touch with some higher-level circles. If you want, I can be your referee," Andrew suggested to Leon seriously. "I just want to be a farmer, and I really have no interest in power and politics," Leon shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly. "That's the case, that's a pity." Andrew felt a little regretful when he heard this, but he didn't persuade him much. During the chat, the two had already walked to the bale soup. Andrew first came to the wooden jar that was still cooking and greedily sucked the fragrance of bale soup. Then he took out a small box from his suit pocket with satisfaction, took out a light blue fruit the size of a fingernail and threw it into the soup. "I carefully selected the best blueberries my wife grew at home, and I don't know what kind of flavor it will produce when I add them to the soup. It should be pretty good," Leon casually echoed, looking at him not far away, but because of Governor Andrew, Camilla was embarrassed to step forward and made a gesture of waiting. "It's not a gentleman's behavior to let a lady wait. Do what you should do." When Andrew saw this scene, he patted Lion's shoulder with a teasing look on his face and complained. "Yes, Leon, I'll entertain Andrew." Louis, who had been following behind him, spoke. "Then I'll take a step first." Seeing this, Leon nodded, greeted Andrew, and walked towards Camilla. "How about it?" Before he could get in front of him, Camilla took the initiative to come forward and asked in a rather urgent manner. "It's no problem, but it needs to wait a little bit," Leon affirmed. "Thank you, Leon, I owe you a favor." Hearing this reply, Camilla clenched her fists excitedly and waved her, without forgetting to express her gratitude to Leon. "It doesn't need favors, a convenient thing, and I actually support this matter very much. The important thing is that you and Abigail are good friends, so they are my friends. Isn't it necessary to help friends?" Leon was a little uncomfortable with Camilla's attitude. Camilla was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then subconsciously looked at Abigail, who was standing in front of a wooden temporary stall next to the coastline, looked at Leon again, and finally said nothing, just nodded silently, then turned around and left. Looking at Camilla's strange reaction, Leon scratched his head, not sure whether she had listened to her. Chapter 919 You Were Cheated. But Leon didn't have much time to consider Camilla's thoughts, and he felt like he was being hugged. "Hi, Leon, long time no see." Leon, who came to his senses, felt the softness of his chest, looked at the iconic blue short hair and red long skirt in his arms, and responded at a loss. "Long time no see, Emily." Emily listened to Lion's awkward tone, let go of her hand reluctantly, took a small step back, looked up at Lion's face and joked, "Are you afraid that Abigail will be jealous?" "It's not that, I'm just a little surprised at your enthusiasm." Leon felt much more relaxed and his words became much more natural. "Not everyone can enjoy this enthusiasm." Listening to Lion's answer, Emily raised her eyebrows at Leon, looking like a female hooligan. Faced with Emily's straightforward teasing, Leon didn't know how to take the lead. "Emily." Fortunately, Sophia noticed the situation here at this time, and trotted over and gave Emily a hug. "Sophia, it's been a long time since I saw you come to the bar and home. You seem to have become beautiful." Emily, who was disturbed, was a little dissatisfied, but when she saw it was Sophia, a little bit of resentment instantly dissipated. At this moment, she happily held Sophia's hands and noticed some differences after looking at Sophia. "Hee." Sophia smiled and tilted her head, obviously satisfied with Emily's praise, and responded with stinginess. "You have become more beautiful, this skirt is really good, you made it yourself." "Well, if you like it, I'll make a set for you later." "Okay, I'll prepare fabric and dye for you." The two girls started to communicate as if no one was around, and the atmosphere was very warm, and it was obvious that their personal relationship was good. Leon took the opportunity to escape quietly. There is no way, he was a little unaware of how to respond to Emily, and Sophia was on the side. If Emily came to her senses and launched an attack on her again, God knew how big a mess would happen. At this time, she would retreat without tactical means, and it would definitely be a big problem to stay. Leon did not hide, but walked towards Abigail instead. On the one hand, Abigail met and asked her to help resist the firepower from Emily, and on the other hand, she also wanted to say hello to the owner of the temporary stall, Pierre, his future father-in-law. By the way, let's see what he has to insist on setting up a stall at this time. "Leon, do you want to see my special goods? These summery decorations allow you and Abigail to experience the flavor of the tropical jungle at home, and the prices are very cheap." As soon as he approached, Pierre waved his arms enthusiastically and greeted Leon. "Dad." Abigail rolled his eyes at Pierre in anger. "I'm quite interested, but I don't know if there is any discount for family members." Leon was thick-skinned and didn't care about Pierre's jokes at all, but instead joked. "Of course, I can sell it to you at a cost, but as a family member, you have to help me attract some customers." Pierre nodded happily, but he didn't intend to let Leon take advantage of it in vain. Leon didn't say much, but came to the stall and planned to see what the goods were placed around Pierre's stall. At first glance, Leon was attracted by the wooden totem statue standing on the beach, which was more than 2 meters high. The cylindrical light brown wooden columns remain flat on the top and bottom, but the middle is completely replaced by exquisite carvings, which is a statue of a monkey with a brazier. The monkey's sculpture is three-dimensional and the details are also very particular. The thickness and layering of the monkey hair are vividly portrayed, and it looks quite realistic. How much does this thing cost? The more I looked at Leon, the more I liked the totem statue, so I asked Pierre for the price. Others buy 200 G, if you want it, I will charge you 80 G, and buying 2 cans only 150 G. Seeing Leon was really interested, Pierre immediately came to his condition. This is a traditional ritual totem from the jungle tribe, a work of art carved by the best craftsmen in the tribe. I found it at the cost of the boss. The totems of the jungle tribe are burned after they are used up. How could they be sold? Dad, you are lying to others again. Leon was stunned by the fright, but Abigail ruthlessly exposed Pierre's false description, because she really understood the situation of the jungle tribe and even knew their customs. What do you know about the jungle clan? I didn't lie. This is really a jungle clan thing. The person who sold it to me is a serious jungle clan member. Pierre's face turned red when he was criticized. If the person who spoke was not her daughter, he would have to roll up his sleeves. The distance between the Malo jungle where the jungle tribe lives from the Stardew Valley basically spans the entire Fengire Republic, and they won't even come out of the jungle. How could they run so far to sell such things? Dad, you have been cheated. Abigail didn't care about his old father's situation, but continued to finish the fight. Pierre was stunned when he heard this, then looked at Abigail with a look of surprise, his face turned ashen and even his neck began to become congested. Calm down, Pierre. Leon hurried forward and patted Pierre's back to comfort his emotions, for fear that he would take action because he couldn't say Abigail would do it. Abigail looked at Pierre speechlessly and spread his hands helplessly to show his innocence. Damn liar, I was actually fooled. Under Lion's comfort, Pierre finally got angry, but his expression was still very angry. What was angry was not because Abigail was criticized, but because he was deceived. Although he was angry, he was still willing to believe his daughter. If his daughter was right, then the one who was wrong was himself. So, how much did you buy this thing from this jungle clan and how much did you spend? Leon couldn't help but inquire after hearing this. When talking about how much it cost, Pierre's face turned grey instantly. I bought 20 pieces, 1 piece of 80 G. Except for the 4 pieces here, there are still the remaining 16 pieces left at home. 1600 G? Mom will kill you. Hearing that Pierre spent so much money to buy this kind of thing, Abigail subconsciously complained. Not only, I basically bought other goods from him. No, I have to call the police. This is a cruel fraud. I suspect that Morris from Hoja's family has set me up again, I have to go find him. Pierre was scared by Abigail's reminder, and then his mind was running rapidly, thinking about the solution, and soon found the answer to the problem. What does this have to do with Morris? Leon was quite puzzled when he heard this. The so-called jungle man transported these things by the Hoja family's truck. Isn't this enough to show that he has anything to do with the Hoja family? Pierre asked back. Well, as far as I know, Hoja's trucks can be hired for as long as they spend money, and the transportation industry is one of their pillar industries. Although Leon doesn't like the Hoja family group very much, Leon thinks Morris should be innocent in this matter. I still think this is Morris' trap, otherwise how could that liar find me on his own initiative? Chapter 920 Leon, you don't want to. Pierre was very sure about this. As he said that, he planned to leave the stall and go to find Morris, who did not attend the festival but continued to stay in Hoja's supermarket to look at the store. Fortunately, Caroline, who was admiring the sea nearby, noticed the movement here and walked over and happened to hold the angry Pierre. After learning about the reason for Pierre's anger, Caroline did not scold Pierre as Abigail said. Instead, she hugged Pierre in her arms, very maternal. Slapping his back soothes his husband's emotions. If you are cheated, you will be cheated. You will inevitably have profits and losses when doing business. At worst, just think of it as a lesson. Moreover, life is not just about business. Abigail covered his face and did not dare to see his parents' harmonious and friendly appearance. Leon was enjoying it. How good would it be when you could be as gentle and considerate to me as Caroline? Upon hearing this, Abigail opened his arms and provoked at Leon, you can come here and try it. Forget it. Leon is not a fool. God knows whether there is any murderous intent hidden in the warm embrace. He has no way to make small moves with so many people. He is likely to suffer losses and he can't do this matter easily. Seeing that Leon was not fooled, Abigail rolled his eyes, looked at his parents who were still tired, and went forward and grabbed Leon's arm and ran towards the center of the beach. After leaving the stall near the stall, Leon spoke, you are sure that those totems are all fake? I don't look like them. If the carving skills and wood choices are really fake, then the cost of construction is too high. But this is a fact that the people of the jungle tribe don't throw so far to buy these things. They are still using the Hoja truck. If they are really willing to go out of the jungle to trade, the partner they choose should be the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce. Abigail analyzed. Is it possible that the Changxing Chamber of Commerce will also use Hoja's logistics truck? Leon asked. Then you have to ask yourself, I have no intersection with a large consortium like Changxing Chamber of Commerce. Don't you know their regional head? Abigail complained angrily. Then I ask, can't let our father suffer a loss, right? What if it's true? Leon took out his cell phone and prepared to call Django. Just because Pierre said that he had given himself a discount and asked Leon to buy things back and build a love nest with Abigail, Leon had already picked up the word future on Pierre's future father-in-law. Isn't his father-in-law's business his own business? No need to call, the thing is real. Just after finding Django's phone in Leon, Linus, who was wearing a homeless suit, appeared beside the two of them from somewhere and spoke. Really? Abigail was the first to believe it, but when he saw that it was Linus who spoke, his confidence was a little shaken. Well, those are indeed things from the jungle tribe, but the ones your father bought are just defective products, but according to the price I heard, your father still took a big advantage. The totem of the jungle tribe is not something that can be bought by hundreds of G, even if it is defective products. Linus smiled and nodded as he confirmed, adding, that guy is an old friend of mine. He has some things that need to be transported to the eastern border. When he passed by Pelican Town, he happened to meet me. In order to bring some supplies in the car, he sold these defective products at a low price, so I'm sure these are true. Abigail, the knowledge in the book is indeed correct, but some things are not consistent with the information in the book. Well, I understand, Mr. Linus. Abigail humbly accepted Linus' preaching, and she also had an understanding of Linus's situation, so in Abigail's view, his persuasiveness was no less weak than his teacher Rasmides. Have that jungle tribe left Stardew Valley? Leon, who was listening on the side, couldn't help asking. He has left. He is very anxious for this trip. Why? Want to meet him? Linus couldn't guess Lion's idea and explained. Don't cause trouble for others. They are shy in a sense and are not very happy to contact strangers. That's a pity. I want to find out if there are any special plant seeds there. Leon sighed with a little regret. Then he spoke to Abigail, you can tell Pierre this good news. Abigail nodded and ran to his father to change his confession, while Leon stayed there and watched Lester continue to chat. My man, your jungle friend has transported a truck of things across the entire country. Is there something wrong with it? It's still about protecting the net. Except for the one you have on hand, the other 76 need specialized people to take care of. He came for this. After all, they are all part of this world. Even if they live in the jungle, they will not be stingy to contribute to the world. Moreover, Abigail's understanding of the jungle tribe is still a bit outdated. The books she read in Rasmides are all from hundreds of years ago. The jungle tribes have long been integrated into modern society, so it is not surprising to travel far away. Linus said, then glanced at the redwood forest area far away from the beach. A guy who dares not show up doesn't know how to update his library to make some messy things that are misleading people's children. Ahem, maybe I think it's unnecessary. After all, it's better to understand these things just by understanding the general situation. It doesn't make sense to know too much, and there are not many opportunities to get in touch with things in this area. Leon didn't dare to complain along with Linus' words. Linus' expression clearly proves that Rasmides is in a dark and hidden place nearby. It is not worth it to peek at the entire beach in the corner. It is not worth it to be hated when you say something at this time. I won't talk about that old otaku. I see that the witch named Camilla from the castle village has arrived. Where is another special guest who was invited by name? Linus waved his hand and stopped complaining about Rasmides, but instead asked Leon with a smirk. I don't know. Leon spread his hands and said he was innocent. After all, he was unsure whether Helena came or not. Although I had agreed before, the scene of meeting Helena at the Guardian Net ceremony a few days ago was not very harmonious. I agreed to go to Helena for compensation after I agreed, but because some things were delayed, Leon didn't know if Helena would be sulking, so he forgot the invitation. Then you'd better ask her, after all, there's the sea next to her. I think you should have the means to contact her. When Linus said this, he couldn't help rubbing his hands, half urged and half expectedly reminded Leon, you don't want to wait until everyone has finished drinking the bale soup, because the contract conditions have not been reached, and the beach is full of frogs. Leon was speechless about Linus' reminder. No need to guess, you know that this old man is waiting to watch the fun. Whether Helena comes or not, there will be fun. It's just that one of the people in the Pelican Town, and the other one that suffers is Leon. Chapter 921 Family? But what can Leon do? It is better to sacrifice yourself to make contributions to Pelican Town if you suffer together. Thinking of this, Leon walked towards the beach with his fate. "Are you here to pick me up?" As soon as we arrived at the beach, a mermaid with shells and coral decorations hung with pure crystal hanging on the bow of the boat, like a huge sailboat dozens of meters high floating from the seabed and floating on the sea surface. Helena, who was standing on the bow, was wearing a simple blue long dress that was completely different from the previous style, and looked down at Leon and asked, "The scene is so big, don't scare the ordinary people in Pelican Town." Leon complained with his neck holding his head up. But after a moment, I found such a large ship appeared on the coast, and no one noticed it. "Of course I'm ready. Now you have to worry about how to get me off the boat." After Helena said that, she spread her arms and jumped down towards Lion's face. Leon quickly opened his hand and planned to catch Helena, but I don't know if Helena deliberately disappeared when she fell freely to only 2 meters from the ground. When she appeared again, she had already arrived in front of Leon, and then looked at Lion's dull look with a playful look on her face, stretching out her hand and raising her head. "Do you think I will jump into your arms?" "Well, I just didn't expect you to start to dislike me." Leon quickly withdrew his previous position and sighed at Helena with a lonely face. "Why do I think you are disgusting me? After all, someone came to me after the end of the matter. But I waited at the bottom of the sea until now, but I haven't seen anyone appear." Helena stepped forward and held Lion's chin with her hand, making her unable to look directly at her face, and asked, "Do you know what someone thinks? Maybe someone is having no time to deal with other issues? After all, someone now has an island that needs to be developed, and there is a very difficult task that needs to be fully prepared to complete." Leon grabbed Helena's hand and pulled it into his arms and replied softly, "Then I'll just think someone is telling the truth." Helena didn't struggle, snuggled in Lion's arms, smelling the fascinating smell, and her mood improved a lot. Seeing this, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had temporarily survived the first disaster. But obviously things are not that simple. Although ordinary people on the beach cannot see Helena's boat, it is not all, such as Linus and Rasmides, who secretly peeped in the dark, and of course Abigail and Camilla. The appearance of this big ship cannot be ignored, and the natural gaze caught easily found Leon and Helena under the bow. Camilla was surprised by Helena's appearance, but she didn't feel strange about the relationship between Helena and Leon. After all, in the last rescue operation, both before and after, Camilla learned about Helena's efforts. In fact, Camilla still has gratitude for Helena, but she has never had the opportunity to thank him in person before, so she can only keep this kindness in her heart. But now the opportunity has come, but she doesn't want to contact Helena anymore, because at this moment, she inexplicably felt annoying when she saw Helena and Lion's close intimacy. This strange feeling made her afraid to look at these two people, and she could only pretend that nothing had happened and turned her eyes to other places. Unlike Camilla's deliberate avoidance, Abigail immediately left his parents, who were regrouping and selling all the jungle-like decorations that were trying to increase the price, and rushed towards Leon quickly. "Your little girlfriend is here, are you going to let me go?" Compared to Lion's back to the beach, Helena noticed Abigail, who was rushing over at the first time, and she raised her mouth and reminded Leon as she took the opportunity. "No need, we are not in an underground relationship, what's there to be afraid of when we are open and honest?" Although Leon was full of righteousness, he took a small step back consciously. He slightly opened the distance from Helena, and changed from the embrace of the front to the side. Helena rolled her eyes at Lion's small movement, but did not attack Leon. Instead, she waved her free right hand and greeted Abigail. "Hello Abigail, you are. Long time no see, Helena." As they approached the two of them, Abigail slowed down and squeezed out a smile to respond to Helena's greeting. Then he looked at Helena with concern and asked, "As the queen, you will not be in trouble with Helena, right?" "Of course not. After all, even the queen needs a holiday, not to mention that the invitation to travel this time came from my partner, and my tribe members were too happy." Helena also explained to Abigail with a smile. If it weren't for noticing the hostility and alertness in both eyes, Leon would have thought that the relationship between the two was really good. But it was precisely because he noticed the undercurrent under this peaceful exchange that made Leon a little uneasy, because the eyes of both sides would shift to him from time to time. Out of survival instinct, Leon began to seek off-field aid, and his first goal was naturally Linus, not far away. But the old man didn't pay attention to this at this moment. He didn't know when a fire pit was piled on the beach, holding a grill, rotating a thick pork leg, and sprinkling some seasonings on it from time to time, brushing a layer of prepared sauce and oil. If Leon hadn't seen Linus a few minutes ago, he would have thought the old man had been doing barbecue here for a while. As if he noticed Lion's gaze, Linus also pulled his vision to Leon, looking at the situation here from a distance, without saying anything, but gave Leon a thumbs up, as if cheering Leon. Then he continued to stare at the pig's legs in his hand with all his attention, not caring about Lion's begging eyes or hints of hooking hands. However, although Linus ignored Lion's request for help, Sophia, who was chatting on the other side of Gus, accidentally discovered the situation on Leon. When she saw Helena's unignorable beautiful face and Abigail's tense back, she was shocked. Immediately afterwards, Sophia felt that Abigail should need support, so she immediately said goodbye to Gus and rushed towards the battlefield here. "Oh, your little sister is here. It seems that you are getting along very well," Helena quipped when she noticed Sophia's joining. "After all, it's a family, so it's not right to have a good relationship." Abigail ignored the hint in Helena's words and responded as usual. "Oh, then we can be considered a family." Helena's smile became even brighter when she heard this. "Certainly." "I never thought that." Abigail nodded decisively and admitted. This was something Helena didn't expect, but the next second, she lost her smile. "After all, you have watched Leon grow up, so you are our elders." Abigail knew about Helena's situation. All the things Leon knew were shared with Abigail. On the one hand, it was to let Abigail understand his relationship with Helena, and on the other hand, it was to give a reasonable explanation for Helena's behavior. Chapter 922 Let's Cooperate. But Leon never thought that this incident could become an excuse for Abigail to attack Helena. Is Helena angry? Certainly. Because Leon obviously felt that his arm holding Helena was being pinched, it was a little numb and a little painful. Obviously, as long as it is a woman, she will care about her age. Even if the mermaids are considered immortal species compared to humans, even if Helena's appearance is in her youth without applying makeup. The elder is not considered a name. If you have to call me, the identity of my sister should be quite suitable. What do you think? Although Abigail's reminder is indeed a bit lethal, Helena is not a vegetarian either. Even when she is angry, she keeps smiling and starts to defend and counterattack according to Abigail's statement. Sister? That's not possible. After all, you are Her Majesty the Queen, and I dare not rush to the top. Abigail shook his head and declined the proposal. The title of sister cannot be easily answered. If you answered, it would be like lowering one end. Abigail is still clear about this. It's all a family, so you don't need to care about these identities. Seeing this, Helena couldn't help but raise her lips and continued to speak, and as you said, I'm older than you, I originally need to take care of you. If you are called sisters, you will look closer. Speaking of this, Helena glanced at Leon, who was completely empty and like a clay sculpture, and asked, "What do you think?" Ah? What? Leon came back to his senses in an instant, then looked at Helena in a daze, as if he had heard nothing. Helena was speechless about lions pretending to be stupid, but since she had already planned to let Leon stand up, she naturally didn't plan to let this bastard go. So after hearing Helena's retelling, Leon knew that the tactic of pretending to be stupid failed, but he could still play Tai Chi with Zimu. I agree with the family's point of view, but I think you are still not very familiar with each other. Maybe you can spend a while to improve your understanding of each other, and then decide on these changes in terms of titles. If you don't say anything, you will not offend both sides. Although this may offend both sides, it is definitely much less pressure than taking the team. After all, both sides are angry, which means that neither side is angry. The cost of evading the matter first and coaxing it later can be ignored. Helena listened to her dogman's perfunctory behavior and clamped Lion's arm more and more. Although there was no strong response in her verbal response, these small movements were enough to express her dissatisfaction. Abigail was not very satisfied with Lion's neutrality, but with Helena beside him, it was not easy to cause trouble for Leon. He just glanced at Leon coldly and gave a threatening look. Leon felt very distressed at this moment. Although both sides were very restrained now, the atmosphere was full of oppression of competing against each other. He was now mixed with it and the pressure was really great. Sister Abigail, brother and sister Helena, what are you doing here? Just as Lion's mind flew around and wanted to find a suitable reason to go away, a greeting like nature made Leon feel the arrival of redemption. The full of energy Sophia's greeting instantly made the three people on the scene look at her. Abigail took the lead in holding Sophia's hand and showed their intimacy. Helena was quite satisfied with Sophia's title. Compared to Abigail's targeting, this girl named Sophia seemed so well-behaved and gratifying. Leon is the most happy. The triangle is stable. The appearance of Sophia directly turns into a fulcrum, alleviating the current opposition atmosphere. Sophia, you came to me because Gus needs help? I'll go there now. Leon said, pulling his arm out of Helena's temporarily relaxed arm, then blinked wildly at Sophia to suggest. Sophia understood in seconds, and immediately nodded and cooperated with Leon. Yes, Uncle Gus said he wanted to prepare a grill to make a barbecue for everyone, so I'll come to ask you for help. This appropriate reason allowed Leon to instantly see the dawn of escape from the quagmire, and he was very grateful to Sophia. If it weren't for Abigail and Helena beside him, he would have wished to lift Sophia high and then kiss her hard to express his love. Then I'll go to help Gus first. You guys will talk first and try my skills together later. After leaving this sentence, Leon slipped away, and walked towards Gus with big legs. The speed was amazingly fast. In 2 or 3 seconds, he had already walked 7 or 8 meters away and completely escaped from danger. Sophia was quite proud when she saw Lion's thumbs up secretly before leaving. But after seeing Leon leave, Abigail and Helena's eyes began to shift to themselves. They became nervous instantly. Sister Abigail and Sister Helena, you guys talk, I'll help. Sophia, who was under great pressure, hurriedly spoke. Then, regardless of the two of them's answers, she turned around and ran away. She had already completed her own task and did not intend to face the firepower of these two oppressive sisters. Lion's favorability was obtained and she could retire successfully. To Sophia's surprise, her departure was not stopped and she got out easily. While this made her happy, she didn't dare to look back at the situation of the two women, so she didn't know that after Abigail and Helena got along alone, they had already stuck together and held hands and started chatting about themselves. This girl is very smart, and it seems that she has put a gesture between us. There is no such thing as before. At this moment, the chat atmosphere between Helena and Abigail is good like a pair of good sisters. If it weren't for the pressure on Leon, she wouldn't have come to help. Abigail still had a bad expression, but he did not shake off Helena's palm, but he did not forget to blame Helena. But you were more friendly before, she didn't have this opportunity, right? Why do you have to make a confrontation? There is no need to be so hostile between us, after all, it's still our own people. Would you give up Leon because of me? Helena was a little helpless about Abigail. After all, she was quite open about this matter, but unfortunately Abigail was a little immature in this regard. No. Abigail shook his head, but he didn't say anything extreme, obviously also recognized Helena's statement. Let's cooperate, just like what we said for the first time. Most of my time I need to manage my ethnic group under the sea, while Leon lives on land most of the time, so you get much more than me, and I'm not angry. Don't you think it's unnecessary to compete with me? Instead of asking for trouble for the other party when meeting like this again, it is better to unite the front and beware of other threats. I don't think that the three of them can calm him down now. Helena glanced at the temporary dance floor not far away, and a blue-haired girl who had been observing this side and had her eyes left with Lion's departure. After noting Helena's gaze, Abigail also noticed Helena's attention target, frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Can cooperate. Chapter 923 Say Hello. Leon didn't know the reconciliation between Abigail and Helena, because he was busy at this moment. I thought Sophia was cooperating with him before, but who would have thought this was true? Gus found himself coming to ask when I needed help or not. Gus immediately pulled him to the coal grill that he was using now, and at the same time he brought a large handful of prepared tags and various tools needed for barbecue. Then Leon began an infinite cycle of smoky oil and flour pouring on and turning it over. Because barbecue is too hot, the handful of roasting is just finished before it has been put on the plate, and the people gathered around the neighborhood are still waiting to be watched from time to time, waiting for the next wave of opportunities. I didn't expect the barbecue to be so hot. He turned the face of the little flounder in the net, brushed the oil, wiped the sweat beads on his forehead with a towel, and Leon complained to Sophia, who was helping to wear the tags. After all, it is the best-selling dish in the Starfruit bar. Uncle Gus usually supplies it in limited quantities. There is no restrictions today and there is no need to spend money. Naturally, everyone wants to eat it openly. Sophia explained. Only then did Leon realize that he had really started to do it before suggesting Gus to develop a new barbecue business, and it was quite successful. This reminded him of the fact that Gus called himself to go to the Starfruit before, but at that time he had just finished taking a shower with Abigail and planned to rest, so he didn't go. Now it seems that Gus' invitation at that time was to let himself experience the first appearance of barbecue. After missing this invitation, Leon estimated that Gus should be quite regretful. Now that he looks so embarrassed, it is hard to say that it is not a small revenge by Gus. But Leon enjoyed it. After all, it was really easy to grill skewers here than staying between Abigail and Helena. Leon, is the halibut ready? Willie, holding a bottle of beer, came over, and his nose kept sniffing the burnt oil and stimulating spices in the air, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva and inquiring. It will take a while. Leon replied with his hand waving. Don't worry, but the quality of this flounder is okay. Willie stood opposite him and chatted with Leon. It should be no problem, but unfortunately I don't have time to taste it. Leon complained helplessly. Then you have to ask Gus to compensate you later. Now you can serve everyone with peace of mind. Willie quipped at Leon with a big laugh. Leon despised Willie, who was watching the fun, and then said, Willie, do you know Jiangdao? Jingdao? Is it the island where a lot of ginger grows on the island? Willie thought for a moment when he heard this, then confirmed to Leon. Well, it should be. Leon nodded. What do you ask about that island? It's not a manned island. There are not only monsters on the island, but I heard that there are pirates. Have you found another treasure map? Willie knew that Leon would not ask an island far away from Stardew Valley suddenly, and immediately asked Leon. No, but the ownership of that island is in my hands, which means that the island belongs to me. I plan to go and see it later, but I don't have a boat, so I can only find you. Leon explained. You bought an island? Willie was shocked by the news and fell on the beach without even grasping the beer bottle in his hand. Fortunately, the beach was softer, so the beer bottle was not broken. That's right. Leon couldn't explain the details. So can you accompany me for a while? I'll pay for the gas. Of course it's okay, but it won't work in a short period of time. The current near that island is very complicated. My current boat cannot pass, so I have to use a big guy to rush over. I have this big ship, but because I haven't sailed for a long time, I have been parked in the private dock under the house. In addition, it has not been maintained for a long time. I am not sure whether I can leave the dock now, so I have to go back and take a look. Willie nodded without hesitation and agreed to accompany Leon this trip, but before this, he had to make sure about some things. Okay, if you need to repair the ship, tell me. I will be responsible for the materials. Leon was not surprised by the news. After all, this is the situation in the game, and he is very familiar with it. Okay, I'll take a look first. If it's just a simple repair, I can do it myself. Willie was not polite either. But I really didn't expect that you actually bought an island. This is not something that money can do. Leon, you did a big thing quietly. Low down and low-key. Leon waved his hand and joked at Willy, don't make a statement, otherwise I'll have a headache if someone comes to borrow money from me. It's not that, I won't bother you if you are unfamiliar, and I don't need to borrow money from you if you are familiar with you, right? Willy understood Lion's circle of friends and comforted Lion's concerns. Just kidding. If you really have trouble, I will not be stingy. Leon saw that Willy didn't understand his meme and had no intention of explaining it, so he continued to talk about the topic of Jeongdae. Let's go and have a look first. If conditions permit, maybe I can build a resort there so that we can cooperate with you. If this is the case, of course I am willing to cooperate, but it is a bit troublesome to build a resort, so that place will be uneasy. Willy reminded Leon again. There is no need to worry about the pirates. When I took over this island, the former island owner explained the situation of those pirates. They are not pirates in the traditional sense and are not threatening. Leon explained. It's good that you're sure. If one person struggles to develop this island, I can invest in it. Gus shoot, it's okay, don't resist it alone. Willy nodded and reminded Leon again. Look at the situation first. Leon was quite moved by Willy's support, but he was not sure about the specific situation of Jeongdae, so he still had to conduct a field investigation. If there were those magical parrots in Jeongdae, the development cost would be negligible. Willy was about to say something when he suddenly smelled a burnt smell. When he looked closely, he found that it was the smell emitted from the Leon oven and hurriedly reminded him. It's so messy, it's so messy. Leon came back to his senses and realized that he forgot to turn the chat with Willy over the skeleton, so he immediately restrained his attention and started to remedy it. Fortunately, most of the skewers are fine, and only a few potato chips with higher temperatures below are grilled black, and the loss is not large. You should focus on your work first, and we will talk about these things after the holidays. Willy smiled and quipped as she looked at Lion's busy look. Chapter 924, Shocking the Girls in the Town for 100 Years. Leon didn't think about talking about Jeongdae at this time, but he happened to meet Willy and said hello in advance. When Willy left with the grilled halibut, Leon was once again involved in the barbecue business. However, after a few rounds of baking, fewer people came. It's not that the taste is not good, but that most people join in the fun by supporting the audience. The venue for the Hawaiian banquet is on the beach, but there is still no awning. It completely embraces the hot summer of sunshine. Even if there is an unlimited beer supply, eating barbecue under the sun is not a pleasure in this weather. So Leon is still quite leisurely now. Because not many people were waiting here and there were a lot of free time, some acquaintances began to appear in front of the stall. Leon, please grill 2 skewers of mushrooms, but don't be too spicy. The first one to come was Penny with Vincent and Jess. The 2 little guys looked at Lion's carbon oven with a gaze, obviously very interested in barbecue. Penny should have come here for these 2 little guys. Long time no see, how do you feel when working in summer camp? While Leon was busy, he did not forget to reminisce with Penny. He hadn't seen Penny for a long time, but Pelican's town is so big, and he still knew some news. For example, Penny had officially accepted Olivia's invitation and entered the summer camp to become a substitute teacher. It's great. Although it's a bit uncomfortable to teach many children for the first time, the children are very polite and obedient. After getting familiar with it, they become much more relaxed. Panay explained with a smile. The smile was very natural and cheerful. Obviously, the success of the teaching brought a lot of confidence to this strong girl. It seems that there should be no problem for you to take the teaching exam in the future. Come on, I believe that even if you go to a big city in the future, you will definitely become the best teacher. Leon was very happy with Penny's change. This girl deserves a better life. Thank you, Leon. But I plan to stay in Stardew Valley. Ms. Olivia said she was willing to donate a township primary school in Pelican Town, which is my home, and the children in Pelican Town also need education. Penny first responded to Lion's encouragement, and then explained her plan. It's not bad. If Olivia donates to the school, I will also donate some things the school needs in the future. Pelican Town does need a school of its own. Leon nodded and promised after hearing this. If you are successful, you can help the world. Although Leon is not considered a fortune, he still has spare money. Since he has decided to settle in Stardew Valley, investing in the education industry in Pelican Town is actually investing in the future of his children. He will naturally not miss such a good thing. I can also help donate some scientific equipment to the children. If possible, maybe it's good for me to be a science teacher. Maru, who followed the footsteps of her good sister Panay, heard the chat between them and immediately joined the topic. Maru, long time no see. Regarding Maru's arrival, Leon smiled and greeted him. The girl hadn't seen her for a long time. It's not too long, but I would rather we don't have many chances to meet. After all, I work in the clinic most of my time, and meeting there is not a good occasion. Maru was still so cheerful about joking with Leon. Do you want something to eat? He handed the 2 skewers of grilled mushrooms to Jas and Vincent, who had raised his hands. With their thanks, Leon turned to Maru and asked. All right, I don't know which ingredients will taste better under this new cooking method. Let me listen to you. Maru was also a little moved when she heard this, but she had no opinion on the choice, so she left the question to Leon. Then just skewers of chicken and potatoes, do you want them to be spicy? Thank you, a little more. After completing the simple exchange, Leon began to prepare Maru's skewers. Give me a bunch of chicken, too, I want to eat chicken wings. Another guest who came to join in the fun appeared, and it was Lee. Leon looked up at the easel behind her back, as well as the oil paints and brushes in the small bag inserted between her waist, and knew why she hadn't seen her in the main venue before. Okay, wait. 2 extra skewers were a good thing for Leon. But just putting the chicken wings on the grilling net, I heard a new order again. Leon. I want 2 skewers of corn and a skewer of roasted chili. The visitor was Emily, who brought Haley over. Leon nodded and added a new order to the grill again. I'll help you. This time someone spoke again, but unlike before, the person who spoke this time did not place an order, but instead came to Lion's side and took over the oil brush from Lion's hand. There was no need to look up, and Leon knew it was Abigail, which made him subconsciously look at the other side of himself. This place should have been Sophia's place, but Sophia is gone, replaced by the tall Helena. Attention to Lion's gaze. Helena smiled and waved to Leon, then made a scissors hand position, which looked a bit playful. Leon, who had a little headache, looked around at the moment and found that he had been surrounded by girls without realizing it. There were basically girls he knew around him. Sophia, who was replaced by Helena, was standing obediently beside Abigail and blinked at Leon. Before Leon could speak, Emily asked first. "Leon, why don't you introduce this lady?" "Helena, my friend, this time I invited her to the Hawaiian banquet." Noting that other girls except Abigail and Sophia were also curious about Helena, Leon also introduced it. "It's not just friends, but our relationship is much closer." Helena, who was standing beside him, heard Lion's introduction, and fell to Leon with dissatisfaction and kissed her on the cheek, then looked around the girls who had different reactions. Faced with Helena's behavior as if she had sworn sovereignty, Emily looked at Abigail immediately. But he found that Abigail was just focusing on grilling skewers, and he didn't care about Lion's cheeks being kissed. "You broke up?" Emily was still thinking about what situation, but Haley started asking bluntly. "No." Abigail no longer pretended not to see it. He answered Haley's question with a plain expression, and then he also leaned on Lion's cheek and kissed him. Leon, whose cheeks were kissed on both left and right, was a little embarrassed at this moment. Looking at the shocked look of other uninformed girls, he didn't intend to cover it up. "Yes, they are both my girlfriends." Chapter 925. Is it a pity? Lion's statement was not refuted by Abigail and Helena, so everyone knows that Leon is not kidding. This guy really has two girlfriends, and both of them know each other's identities. Just when they felt that this was beyond their imagination, Sophia beside him heard Leon mention only Abigail and Helena, forgetting herself, immediately ran behind Leon, pulled him and turned around, and then kissed Lion's mouth that had not been touched. "It should be 3. "Indeed, my fault." Leon admitted his mistake frankly and had no objection to Sophia's statement. After all, this is what Sophia should strive for. Helena and Abigail glanced at Sophia, regretting why they only kissed Lion's cheek and forgot the most critical position, but did not refute Lion's idea. The slightly complex and strange relationship that revealed an inexplicable harmony made the already surprised girls stunned. "After all, I have never seen such a big scene, and the other girls watching the scene can hardly speak." Leon understood this, but did not give them a detailed explanation, but just grilled skewers on their own. Abigail also continued to help Leon after he said that he would go on the side, while Sophia, who joined the battlefield, came to Helena with a smile on her face and asked her to teach her how to skew the ingredients. The atmosphere was indescribable. "I'm disturbed." After a long time, Maru, who had finally digested the news, ran away with Pani at the first time. She only noticed that Vincent and Jas were still in place. She ran over and held 2 children who were talking. After leaving this sentence, she dragged the 2 children away. With Maru's lead, Leah also looked at the 3 girls with unique characteristics around Leon with a strange expression. Finally, her eyes stayed on Leon for a moment, and she retreated silently with a strange expression. Leon was a little helpless when he saw this because he was already baking, but half of the orderers ran away. The only thing that is thankful is that the 3 girls who ran away did not express their contempt and disdain for Leon on the surface, which made Leon very happy. If you don't object, you just support it. It seems that the people of Pelican Town are still very enlightened. If everyone is like this, then you will not be boycotted or thrown into rotten eggs in the future. Seeing Maru and the others leaving, Haley, who felt quite embarrassed at this moment, also wanted to pull her sister away, but Emily stood firm at this moment and asked Abigail quite seriously. You can accept this. What about that? Abigail asked Emily without hesitation with a stern face. She acted very casually, but Abigail was also quite helpless, but there were some things she really couldn't decide. Although it was a bit embarrassing to face Emily's questioning, the matter was unfolded by Gail thinks it's pretty good, too. At least it can let the only guy in front of him who clearly expresses his covetousness for Leon know the situation and let him retreat when he sees the difficulties. This is the consensus between Abigail and Helena. Instead of the 2 of them sarcastically and dislike each other, it is better to separate the surrounding areas of Leon from the united front, at least let the meat rot in the pot, and you cannot give Leon a few more side dishes. This is what needs to be done now. After all, Abigail and Helena were still communicating on specific matters about how to cooperate. Before they could reach a thorough negotiation, they accidentally noticed that Leon, who had run away, was surrounded by several girls. This is also the reason why she and Helena came over and agreed to Helena's actions and cooperated. Moreover, Emily was the main target of attack, and other girls also became the accompanying target of influence. Faced with Abigail's calm answer and Helena's playful eyes, Emily couldn't help but take a step back and forth, switching back and forth between Abigail and Helena, occasionally glanced at Sophia, who deliberately reduced her presence, and finally lowered her head and turned around and left. Seeing this, Haley breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and followed Emily's footsteps, and turned around and raised a middle finger to Leon. Okay, you're all running away. Leon spread his hands and looked helpless. Are you reluctant to let it go? Helena tentatively said in a bad tone. I'm thinking too much, I'm just having a headache about these barbecues, and I'm in vain. Leon pointed at the grilled skewers that were emitting grease-scented scents on the grilled net. These were all ordered by the girls who ran away. Waste is not wasted. You can eat such a little thing by yourself, but Leon feels that Abigail and Helena have to be responsible for this. How about you try it? No one wants to please other girls, so we'll use it to make excuses, right? Before Helena could speak, Abigail choked first. I agree with ABI's statement, and I don't want to be a substitute. Looking at Lion's black question mark expression, Helena suddenly felt interesting, so she began to cooperate with Abigail. No. Leon was about to say a few words, but Abigail went around Helena and pulled her out, seemingly not wanting to give Leon a chance to refute. At this time, Sophia, who had been making soy sauce, immediately came over and said, "It's okay, brother, I can help you. I almost forgot you, and I haven't told you about anything else. Let's go with us." Before Sophia could finish her words, Abigail, who had already suffered a loss once, realized that he had forgotten this guy who was good at stealing chickens, and pulled him away with a stern move. "What's the matter?" Leon, who was completely empty beside him, raised his head and complained, then stopped struggling, silently picked up a string of chicken and sent it to his mouth. "It seems that you have already handled their relationship, which is much simpler than I thought." It's not that no one cared about Leon. At this moment, Mr. Linus came over while digesting the remaining barbecue alone in Leon, and took the skewers of corn and started eating. "You even made a bunch of more than a dozen corn kernels just because you are so cheap." "It's free, and I'm not trying to save costs. After eating a whole corn, my stomach will be filled with half. I'm considering it for diners." Leon also took a bunch of corn and defended Linus. "You should think more about yourself. I heard some interesting things here. Do you want to know?" Facing Lion's groan, Linus asked Leon with a smirk. "How can you use Feng Xiu to peek at her privacy? I strongly condemn your immoral behavior, so you have to tell me what I heard, so I can judge whether to continue condemning." Leon looked at Linus instantly when he heard this, and was very interested in what Linus heard. "After all, this involves myself. I know the situation in advance, so Leon can prepare." "You all say that this kind of behavior is immoral. Can I do this? I'm just teasing you." When Linus heard Lion's shameless statement, Linus rolled his eyes, then complained to Leon in the same way, took away the remaining barbecue and left. Chapter 926 Bail Tang. Leon, who became a lonely man again, sighed, but his mood improved a lot. Although the old man was not polite in his mouth, he expressed his support for Leon in his behavior, although he did not tell Leon what he had heard. But it does not mean that his reminder is meaningless. The fear of being prepared and the fear of being suddenly attacked by ignorance are two different concepts. How do you feel? Gus, who also didn't need to replenish new food on the table, walked over with a towel and wiped his sweat, and handed it to Leon with a bottle of iced canned soda. Everyone is very enthusiastic. It seems that the barbecue business is good. Boss Gus has made a fortune recently. Leon naturally knew what Gus meant. He took the soda and started to open, then gulped 2 mouthfuls and joked at Gus. "I'm a little regretful about launching this category and adding it to my bar menu. It's not that barbecue is not good, but simply because it adds too much work to me, which makes me a little overwhelmed." Gus said and patted his stomach. Compared to the past, it was indeed much smaller, and it seems that I have been very busy lately. I'll add someone to the kitchen. This thing has no technical content, it all depends on first-hand seasonings. Leon suggested. I have this plan, but there are not many young people in the town who are willing to be chefs. Gus complained. Is the salary high? Leon was a little confused when he heard this. After all, Pelican Town is not without young people. Although most of them have jobs, the intensity of work is not much different from going to the kitchen to work. Not to mention that Gus is much more friendly than being a boss than others. It should not be low, but I also have the intention to train an heir. After all, I can't run a bar all the time, so I have a picky vision in recruiting people. Gus couldn't help but look at Leon and sighed. Actually you are the one I am most satisfied with, but it's a pity that you have a farm to run. Take it slow, don't worry, you're still very tough, you can fight for at least 20 years. Leon hurriedly encouraged Gus. Yes, don't worry. Gus nodded, then patted Leon on the shoulder. Let's go, Louis just informed me that Bail Tang is ready and we have to go to the banquet. Then walk. Leon directly extinguished the carbon furnace, washed his hands, and headed towards the middle of the beach with Gus. At this moment, people were gathered around the wooden jar where the bale soup was boiling. Marnie was still standing on the stool and holding a spoon to stir the soup in the pot. Louis and Governor Andrew stood in front of the wooden jar, facing everyone. Louis spoke after seeing Leon and Gus appear in front of the crowd. It's another annual Hawaiian banquet, and I'm very happy to be together with you again to commemorate and celebrate the festival that Pelican Town has been passed down since its founding. The bala soup at the Hawaiian banquet represents the spirit of sharing and mutual help. This is the spirit of our Pelican Town to maintain unity. I think everyone should have fulfilled this tradition and added the ingredients they brought to bala soup. So now we can taste this soup that brings together everyone's kindness. After saying the opening words, Louis took a small step back to highlight the existence of Governor Andrew. Now, please invite our most beloved Mr. Governor as the most important guest representative of our Pelican Town to experience the first bowl of balloon this year. Baoba. Everyone at the scene applauded with great face and supported the governor. Andrew clapped happily and said until the applause gradually faded. The Hawaiian banquet in Pelican Town is an event that I don't want to miss every year. The tastes are different every year, but I always maintain the delicious balo soup. I have been looking forward to this soup for a whole year, and now I can finally get what I want. First of all, thank you for your efforts and dedication to creating this unique soup. As soon as Andrew finished speaking, Louis came over with a wooden soup bowl filled with a large bowl of Jing-air Colliard bale soup. Andrew immediately took it, held the soup bowl in front of his mouth with both hands and blew a few breaths, lowering the temperature of the freshly released bale soup, and then picked up the bowl and put the soup into his mouth. As the moment when bale tang was in his mouth, Governor Andrew, whose cheeks looked rich, instantly became fascinated by his eyes, and his eyebrows were beating uncontrollably. Oh! I've never drunk such a good soup. Sure enough, this time the bale soup still did not disappoint me. In addition to experiencing indescribable delicacies, I also felt everyone's kindness and enthusiasm. The very straightforward praise made everyone on the Pelican Town watching the mouths rise, and the proud emotions permeated everyone's chest. Louis also came over with another bowl of soup at this moment, took a big sip in front of everyone, and then showed a satisfied expression similar to that of the governor, and shouted loudly, "It is indeed as perfect as the governor said. I can even say that this bale soup is the most delicious I have ever tasted in the past years. Now you can freely enjoy this rare delicacy, which is what you deserve, but don't rob, you have to queue up one by one." As Louis said, everyone cheered and began to consciously line up in front of the wooden jar. Marnie also happily took a new bowl from the same wooden bowl piled up like a mountain, and gave each Pelican Towner lined up with a large spoonful of bale soup. The Pelican Town people who received the bale soup also walked aside consciously and tasted the bowl of soup that brought the best ingredients that the entire Pelican Town people could produce, and experienced the unique flavor that was indescribable. Leon is one of them. Leon was so curious about the Peloton soup that could be added to anything and also involved in ancient magic. When he really tasted the taste of Bailuo soup, Leon understood why the governor and Louis had that expression. The soup at the mouth is very soft and the taste savored by the tongue is also very strong. You can subconsciously taste many flavors without savoring it. Scents, sweet, spicy, salty, and fresh fragrance are constantly changing around the tongue coating, but it does not seem messy or abrupt. In summary, the taste is indeed delicious, and as the soup is over, a warm current begins to spread throughout the body. Even in this way in midsummer with the scorching sun, this warmth is so obvious and comfortable. This feeling is like the embrace of family members is full of safety and comfort, and a sense of intimacy and natural relaxation. Chapter 927 Leaving the venue early. It's really delicious. It is obviously a hot soup, but in this hot summer it will not make people feel hot, but instead feel warm as if it is bathed in the spring breeze. But Leon only plans to drink one bowl of such a delicious soup. Because of satisfaction, it is not material satisfaction, but spiritual satisfaction. This feeling is a bit like gentleman time, but it is much more fulfilling than that. Isn't it amazing? Holding the soup bowl, Abigail came to Leon and joked. Yeah. Leon nodded, then looked at Abigail and suddenly said, "Why do you feel like you have suddenly become beautiful?" It's normal. After drinking the bale soup, everyone will feel that the people around you become more pleasing to you. Abigail explained. Oh, it's that ancient magic. Leon remembered this key at this moment, and this is the truth about adding favorable feelings to the game. By the way, has anyone ever been stuffed into the bale soup that was particularly bad? Thinking that adding good things into it will increase your favorability, but stuffing some rags and poisons will reduce your favorability, Leon couldn't help asking Abigail. No, after all, Marnie has been taking care of bale soup, which is the core of the Hawaiian banquet. It is impossible to tolerate those bad things entering the soup. Sam used to want to throw puffer fish into it, but was stopped by Marnie, and then he was almost interrupted by Jody. When Abigail said this, he couldn't help but turn to the northwest side and stood with Sebastian. That's a pity. I didn't see this scene. Leon muttered with regret when he heard this, which made Abigail roll his eyes at Leon. That happened many years ago. At that time, you probably didn't even know where Pelican Town was. But now I'm not a member of Pelican's Town. Leon retorted Abigail in his arms. Abigail did not refute this time, but just snuggled on Lion's shoulder with a satisfied smile on his lips. You don't mind the heat? Helena also came over and saw Abigail and Lion's kind-hearted look, and she complained with some taste. I still have time to go on my shoulders. You can try it yourself if it is hot. Leon was no longer cramped at this moment. Helena seemed to have started chatting with Abigail, so he was under less pressure. Helena was quite moved when she heard this, but she hesitated for a moment, but refused. Forget it, I have to go back later. Some things have not been finished yet and I don't have much time to stay here. Let's talk about these when you go to the bottom of the sea later. That's it. I originally planned to let you go home for a meal in the evening. Leon was also a little regretful when he heard this. After all, Helena rarely came to Stardew Valley. If I stayed at night, who would you choose to spend the night with? Helena suddenly spoke. When Helena's question was thrown out, Leon clearly felt that Abigail was tightened against his body, and his hands were clenched into fists. Intuition tells Leon that if his answer cannot satisfy Abigail, then what is greeted may be Abigail's deliberate punch. But if the answer is biased towards Abigail, Helena will not make a good decision, so Leon directly chose to find another way. It depends on who can squeeze me out. Such straightforward words made Helena blush, and Abigail couldn't help but tremble, a little scared. After all, they can still take advantage of other things, but if it is in this field, Leon has absolute dominance and oppression. Virtue. In the end, Helena, who asked this question, became timid because she knew that Leon really dared to make trouble. She was still vivid in her last situation. This bastard really didn't know how to be sympathetic and tormented herself hard. So after rolling his eyes on Leon, Helena ran away neatly. And Abigail also took the opportunity to speak, "I'll go and serve the bowl of soup again." After saying that, he also started running away, as if afraid that Leon would let Helena go, so he handed over this terrible task to himself. She didn't consider the reality that she could run away from the monks and could not run away from the temple. Thanks to the fruit of the star, thanks to the infinite vitality. Faced with the reactions of the two women, Lion's ability to awaken the third fruit has now been praised to the pinnacle. The emergence of this ability has really greatly alleviated the pressure of his encounter with the Shura field. Abigail left, and Leon was free. With everyone's sharing, bale soup gradually came to an end. After the tasting session of bale soup, it did not mean that the Hawaiian banquet ended like this. The time is still long, so everyone began to disperse and participate in other entertainment activities. A temporary locker room has become everyone's first choice, and many Pelican Town people have changed into swimsuits and started to embrace the sea. Some people also brought their friends or partners' families to the audio and danced a summery dance. Under the care of parents, the children also began to pick up shells on the beach and pile up sand castles. Some couples even occupied the tide pool, and set up beach chairs there. The parasol began to interact with each other with a peach-colored atmosphere, such as applying sunscreen to each other. This made Leon quite jealous. After all, he seemed to have never experienced such a representative summer event. It's a pity that neither Abigail nor Sophia brought swimsuits, and Leon did not prepare sunscreen, which made this interesting taste fail directly. I don't know if it was intentional. Leon found that Abigail and Sophia seemed to be hiding from him. As soon as I saw myself approaching, I immediately moved my position and even ran into the crowd, just unwilling to stay with Leon. Looking at Sophia's apologetic gaze to him, Leon knew that Abigail should have taken the lead in doing something, but he was quite confused because he didn't know what the meaning of Abigail doing this was. So on such a lively festival, Leon seemed to have become a lonely man, and could only kick the sand in depression and wander on the beach. At this time, Leon realized that there were some problems in his social circle. In the interpersonal relationships in Pelican Town, there are not many people who are considered friends. They are basically girls of the same age, and those of the same sex are all ages. Leon, a girl of the same age, dare not come into contact with each other and play together. He previously disclosed his 3 girlfriends, so that they should not be too good to their senses. Leon did not dare to tick flowers and twist grass under the noses of Abigail and Sophia, otherwise God would know whether the Shura field that he had finally spent would recur. Gus and Willie were dancing near the speakers. Leon was not willing to join in the fun. Louis was also chatting with the governor. Old Mr. Linus was even missing. For a moment, Leon didn't know who to look for. So after wandering around for a while, Leon did not stay on the beach and chose to leave. As for what to do in the next time, Leon also made a decision while wandering, that is, go to the mine. It is time to put the exploration date of the skeleton mine on the agenda. After all, if you drag it on, someone will be scolded for being incompetent. Chapter 928, A Big Loss. Bah, this damn shadowman, I'll pull you all to the sun and dry them all sooner or later. Leon, who walked out of the mine elevator in a rather embarrassing manner, reminiscing about his soul just now, he was full of anger. After leaving the Hawaii banquet, he headed straight to the mine cave in the northern foothills. At the beginning, he was wandering in the ice prison area around the 71st floor. Because building bombs requires a large amount of iron ore, and the output of iron ore is the most dense in the areas of 71 to 79 layers. But as the mining level reached level 8 and the super bomb formula was unlocked, Lion's target was transferred. The number of layers produced by gold ore is naturally deeper after the 101st floor. In this area, Shadowman is the main monster that must be mentioned. If it were those stupid shadow men in the game, Lion's current Galaxy Watermelon knife is basically 1 by 1, without any surprises or troubles. But the shadow men in reality are not fools, they have good IQ and thinking ability. The Shadowman team that Leon encountered before had happened to killing most of the Shadowmen, and the remaining Shadowmen escaped directly. This time, there were 5 Shadowman teams, 3 Shadow Madman, and 2 Shadow Priests met Leon on the 104th floor. Leon raised his sword and killed a priest and a Shadow Madman. Then the other 2 Shadow Madman rushed up to find Leon and fought desperately. The surviving Shadow Priest directly abandoned these 2 tribes as cannon fodder and escaped by himself. After killing the 2 Shadow Madmen, Leon did not care about leaving, and continued to mine in the mine. But when he reached the 106th floor, Leon encountered a large layer of monsters gathered by Shadow Men. As soon as Leon went down the stairs and had not yet landed, he was dyed green by balls of grey-green cursed magic. The headache at that moment, my brain swelled and my limbs felt weak, as if I had been thrown into the washing machine and dried for more than 10 minutes. If it weren't for the young bud rings of the Guardian Net on my fingers being triggered at this moment, dispelling these negative states, Leon would have been almost torn to pieces by the Shadow Madman who followed. After that, there was a bloody battle. Even though he took advantage of the weapons, Leon himself had sufficient physical strength and combat qualities. However, facing a group of shadow men with IQ and shadow priests who could fight together with each other in the distance, he still suffered a loss. Although he endured the disgust and killed all the shadow men on this level and did not give a chance to run away, Leon himself is not optimistic now. There was no trauma, but I suffered very serious mental trauma. The young buds of the Guardian Net can indeed dispel the Shadow Priest's curse, but the physiological discomfort caused by the curse cannot be cured. The magical impact mixed with malice and mental pollution has made Leon unable to completely cheer up until now. Not to mention the whole person is like a hangover, the cochlea is still buzzing and staggering when walking. Fortunately, after Leon solved these damn shadow men, he immediately forced himself to climb the stairs and climbed up the 105th floor and took the elevator back to the surface. Otherwise, if he stayed in the mine in this state, God would know if he would overturn the car and give him a blood. The minecart dared not sit anymore, and Leon was not sure if he would fall out of the minecart because of this dizziness, so he could only use the extended length of the Galaxy watermelon knife as support and walked out of the mine hole step by step. You look bad. As soon as you left the mine, Leon felt like he was being held. My grandpa, is there any medicine that can alleviate the sequelae caused by being attacked by a large number of cursed people? It was Linus who came. Seeing the old man's concern, Leon barely squeezed out a smile and asked. This is not something that drugs can relieve. You need a good rest. Linus comforted Leon softly. I'll take you back. Shoulder, I'll be slow on your side first, and then go back after I can stand firm. Leon shook his head and refused the proposal. He didn't want to go back like this now, which made Abigail or Sophia worried. Anyway, he was not injured, but he was not feeling well. Leon felt that with his current physical fitness, he should be able to recover soon. It's okay, but sleeping is still what you need most now. Linus didn't persuade him, and directly carried Leon behind his back, and took Leon back to the camp where he settled on the cliff with light steps. After sitting down on the soft grass, Leon lit the bonfire, then returned to the tent and got an iron kettle on the fire. Soon Leon smelled the smell of coffee that began to spread out from the air. Drinking some coffee will make you feel more comfortable, just wait a little longer. Nosing Lion's gaze, Linus explained. At the same time, while the coffee was still being boiled, Linus frowned and looked at Leon and inquired, "It will have such an impact on you now, at least a dozen evil cursed attacks. Are you rushing into the shadow realm?" I encountered the monster lair, all of them were shadow men, and the number was exaggerated, at least no less than 20, and half were shadow priests, not to mention that I was sneak attacked first without any preparation, and I missed the opportunity. Leon retching again, then reluctantly sorted out his thoughts before explaining to Linus. More than 20 shadow people shouldn't be. Even in the monster lair, there wouldn't be so many shadow people appearing at the same time. This does not conform to the rules. Linus frowned even more when he heard this. Maybe it's because of the birthday. Leon thought of the news that Korobus said. After all, this was the only possibility that Leon could think of. After all, a large number of shadow men who were born from the dark elements while the barrier was weakened brought a huge wave of new forces to the Shadow Men clan, which can explain the reason for the sharp increase in the number of shadow men in the mine. No, even if the number of shadow men doubles, there will be so many shadow men in the mine at the same time. Linus rejected this speculation without hesitation. You also know that the mine is a treasure house forged by Boz life learning and learning in this world. Naturally, there will be some restrictions on evil forces. Although this mine in Stardew Valley has been broken, it has been repaired over the years and regular cleaning by Ma Long and others. The cracks that cannot be filled in the end should not be able to accommodate so many shadow people to travel through. For example, have you encountered more than 5 Shadowman teams in the first floor before? It seems that there is no. Leon recalled his journey to the mine, and seemed to have never encountered the Shadowman team of today's size. That's right. There is a problem with the mine. Don't go in the past few days. I will contact Ma Long to check the specific situation. All you have to do is to have a good rest. Linus reminded Leon with a serious expression. Looking at Linus' expression, Leon also knew that something was wrong, but it seemed that this was not an event he could participate in. But Leon would not worry about Linus and Malone, because he could break through the siege under so many shadow men, and it was unreasonable that these two old birds who had been fighting for a long time would encounter an accident. However, he still mentioned one more thing: it is better to call Rasmides. After all, he is the guardian of Stardew Valley, and this matter should also be within his responsibilities. It's time for dinner again, brothers. Thanks to Void Fantasy Boss CA for the reward of 100 coins. The boss is generous and the boss is healthy. Chapter 929, Suffering a Loss is a Blessing. You don't need to remind me, all you have to do now is to have a good rest. It has to be said that Rasmides is still very concerned about Leon. As soon as Leon mentioned this big shot, Rasmides appeared next to the two of them out of thin air. Although the tone of speaking was a little rush, after appearing, Rasmides directly reached out and put his hand on Lion's forehead, which instantly weakened Lion's dizziness a lot, and the buzzing sound in his ears also disappeared. Have you found the reason? Looking at Rasmides' arrival, Linus immediately asked. There are clues, but not sure. Rasmides said, his fingers vaguely in the air, and orange light spots emerged in the air, and then golden silk threads began to independently generate between the points to connect all the light spots. Leon stared at this gorgeous and complex line picture with wide eyes, looking inexplicably familiar. Is this Red Star Farm? While Leon was still recalling, Linus had already pointed directly at the most central point of this line chart and confirmed to Rasmides. Well, look here. Rasmides nodded and then pointed to the one close to the brightest another dim light spot a few centimeters away from the upper right of the light spot. This is the magic node of the mine cave. Have you found the problem? The magic network around was cut off. Unlike Lion's confusion, Linus could see the trick here at a glance. Yes, and I'm very sure it was caused by man. Someone tried to block the magic veins connected by the Guardian net, and used it to accumulate the power of darkness, attempt to overturn the balance in the mine cave, tear the crack and completely expand it into a channel. Rasmides concluded, with a little anger and auspicious on his face. If this kid hadn't suffered a loss, it made me feel strange, so I deliberately investigated the situation near the mine cave, and I might not have noticed this change. If this overlooked problem lasts for more than 3 days, then the magic node here will be completely destroyed, and then there will be big trouble in Stardew Valley. I didn't expect this kid to wake you up in this way. It's a bit like a blessing in disguise. Linus's brows relaxed instantly when he heard this. Leon, who was still pale in his face, teased him with interest. So, what's the situation? Leon was confused when he listened. You accidentally broke us into a conspiracy against Stardew Valley, erasing the threat that Stardew Valley might be invaded by monsters, Linus explained. Okay, I still understand this, but what is this thing? Leon asked, pointing to the line chart floating in the air. This is a micrograph of the magic vein nodes of the entire Stardew Valley. Each point above represents a gathering point that gathers elements that build our world. This magic vein is not only a node that maintains the stability of this world, but also a protective net for evil forces to invade our world. After explaining, Razmedes continued to speak. Do you know why the church is willing to hand over a seed of the guardian net to you? Because the location of Red Star Farm is the center point of Stardew Valley. Leon thought of the words Linus said just now, pointing to the brightest light spot in the center. It's pretty good. Don't underestimate this thumbnail. This point covers a lot. It can only be said that Red Star Farm is centered, but in fact the core point is still in the remote forest on the north side of the farm. Razmedes added. Actually, the seeds of Guardian Net should have been planted in the edge forest, but the people in the church appreciate you very much. You have participated in the division ceremony of Guardian Net, so you are given this opportunity, so don't think so important. After all, Guardian Net can take root anywhere. The church should actually do this to save some time and find you to act as a free guardian of Guardian Net. Linus also joked to Leon. It's okay to work for free. This responsibility is quite glorious, and I'm not unpaid. Leon didn't feel at a loss when he heard this. At the same time, he looked at the Guardian Net bud on his finger that had helped him several times. Without this thing, I was afraid I would suffer a lot in the square where the World Tree model was last time. Today it helped it offset the curse effect of the Shadow Priest, preventing it from triggering a natural protection. No matter how you look at it, you have made a lot of money. It's indeed very honorable. Linus curled his lips when he heard this, his tone was a little sour, and Leon held his head proudly when he saw this. Razmedes looked at the interaction between the old and the young and speechlessly, sighed and pulled the topic back. Today's Hawaiian banquet attracted everyone in Pelican Town, including you and me, and Malone, so I think the problem here should be that it appeared during the day today. Do you have any clues? No, when I came back, I didn't notice anything wrong. Malong and the others should have found no problem. If this kid hadn't come out of the mine, I went to see the situation and I wouldn't know there was something wrong in the mine. Linus replied with an awkward look on his face. So too. I noticed that this kid was in a bad state and noticed the situation here. After checking, I found out the problem. Razmedes was also a little embarrassed, then glanced at Leon and sighed and complained, this kid seems to be born with those pests in the shadows. Such things can always be encountered with him. Please call me the nemesis of crime, thank you. Leon spoke seriously, then thought of something, looking at Razmedes with a strange expression and asked, the old man has the words of wind, so he can hear my scolding of the Shadowman and notice me, so what about Mr. Guardian? Didn't you say you were too lazy to monitor me? I am really too lazy to monitor you, but today is exceptional. After all, although I really want to watch you get dismembered, considering my friendship with your grandfather and your relationship with Abigail, I am afraid that she will be sad, so I lost a magic to monitor your body state on you today. Razmedes replied to Leon with a sneer. I understand, my question, I am a villain, thank you for your care. Leon understood Razmedes's meaning in seconds and immediately expressed his understanding of being monitored. This is because of worrying that he was killed by Shura Field and turned into Brother Cheng in Xingd Valley. Leon was too grateful. Although Razmedes doesn't speak very nicely, his attitude of considering himself is still worthy of recognition. Leon decided to have a child with Abigail in the future and would be willing to give it to Razmedes to let him enjoy the joy of family life. Chapter 930 Zhongning kills the wrong ones. Lion's eyes made Razmedes feel inexplicably offended, but this feeling could not be used as evidence as a reason to teach Leon, so he could only shout at Leon. Don't give me a smile. Have you noticed something wrong in the mine? Does there be more shadowmen count? Nothing else has been discovered. Leon replied. Forget it, you can't tell the difference between this kind of thing, Linus, go to the mine to take a look later. Razmedes listened to Lion's report speechlessly, and immediately lost the idea of talking to him, and turned to Linus and reminded him. No problem, then you can take charge of the periphery and find out the obstacles that block the magic veins as soon as possible. Linus nodded and responded to this task. I've been checking it, and the results are almost there. Razmedes replied calmly. Then what do you think is doing these messes this time? Linus breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Razmedes's words, and then started discussing with Razmedes. It's nothing more than those who are heartless. Who else can it be? Razmedes replied with a confident look on his face. Are you sure? This is Stardew Valley. Linus expressed doubts when he heard this. The reserve service is not the kind that is polluted. Razmedes added. That's trouble. Linus suddenly realized, then his brows frowned again. This species has not changed, but the things whose thinking has been polluted are the most troublesome. Even if I stand in front of me, I'm afraid I can't tell the difference. Then let Gilmaron and the others cooperate. This is the arrangement that is the most reliable way to deal with those half-baked explorers. Razmedes said. A thin crow flew out of its cuffs, drew an elegant arc in the air, and fell towards the Explorer Association east of the cliff like a meteor. Well, I have an immature idea. Seeing the communication between the two big guys as if no one was around and completely ignored themselves, Leon felt embarrassed, so he timidly raised his hand to remind them of their existence. All you have to do is rest. You don't need to get involved in this matter. Razmedes complained to Leon in anger. Yes, go back early. As long as the conspiracy is revealed, it will lose its greatest threat. We can fully guarantee the safety of Stardew Valley and you don't need to worry about it. Linus' tone was better, but he also had the same idea as Razmedes. I'll just remind you, don't get involved. Leon explained. Is it possible that the so-called traitor is that jungle clan? As soon as Lion's words fell, Linus glared at Leon and shouted, It's impossible. He is my old friend and is deeply trusted by the church. He is the backbone of our camp. How could he do such a thing? Razmedes's face was not good-looking. Indeed, the jungle tribe has been resisting those monsters on the border and maintaining a natural balance. Your statement is equivalent to saying that Linus and I may also surrender to the loser. Seeing the two of them resisting their speculations so much, Leon scratched his head and added, I'm just giving an example. Then he saw that the two of them were still glaring at him, and Linus was even rolling up his sleeves and showing off his muscles, so he quickly changed his words. That old man's friend is fine, so where is the Hoja truck driver he hired? What do you want to say? Lion's change of words made Linus look much better, but he was still very dissatisfied with Lion's unreasonable speculation. However, considering that Lion's brain is good, he planned to give Leon a chance. Old man, do you remember the defective jungle statue we talked about when we were on the beach that Pierre bought? Leon felt that the pressure he was under decreased and he became much more confident. "Well, what's wrong?" Linus asked back. "You also said that you have inquired about the price. Even if it is a defective product, it cannot be bought for hundreds of G. So I was wondering, why would your old friend sell these statues in Stardew Valley and sell them at a low price, and why would he sell them to Pierre? After all, what I learned from Abigail is that the location between the forest and the Stardew Valley of the Jungle Tribe can be said to be at both ends of the Fengire Republic. If this batch of defective products were originally for sale, why didn't they be sold on such a long way, but they were sold in Stardew Valley?" Without waiting for Linus to answer, Leon spoke again. "And he came here to meet you and reminisce about the past. When you meet, did he come by himself or let the truck he hired come with? If he came by himself, where was the truck parked? What is the truck driver doing? If he came here together, then is there any truck driver doing what is it? Don't forget that the mine is just below your camp, and the location of the accident is also in the mine, right?" Faced with Lion's series of rhetoric questions, Razmedes was thinking, and although Linus was unhappy, he was also analyzing and answering Lion's questions one by one. Is it possible that someone else did it? After all, the Jungle Clan just passed by and didn't stay for a long time. Today's Hawaiian banquet attracted all the people in Pelican Town to go to the beach. Although this festival is a Stardew Valley feature, it is not famous. Those half-baked guys may have taken advantage of today's opportunity to complete these arrangements. Linus didn't speak. Razmedes asked Leon on the contrary. This possibility is not ruled out. After all, there is basically no one here during the day, but I think both directions need to be caught. After all, what the old man's old friend did is indeed a little wrong. Moreover, Mr. Linus also said that the friend of the Jungle Tribe was arranged by the church to take care of the guardian net. It would be fine if there is no problem. If there is really a problem, then the trouble will be great. Speaking of this, Leon also made a serious statement to give the two people a vaccination. "I would rather kill the wrong one than let it go. I should not lose any loss if I checked it privately." Razmedes thought silently, and Linus did not refute Lion's words. After a long time, Linus spoke, "Leave it to me, I know their route. You can stare at the mine, let Malone go and see it. Jill is responsible for exploring possible mice in Stardew Valley." "No problem." Even if Linus didn't say that, he planned to test the situation, because what Leon proposed might be really terrible. Linus sighed when he heard this, then spoke to Leon, "I hope you are just too careful." After saying that, he disappeared in front of the two of them with a gust of wind. Chapter 931. There is a surprise. Linus' departure also made Razmedes plan to take action. "Go back, Abigail is waiting for you on the farm. She invited Camilla to visit. You should pay attention to the influence yourself." After giving Leon a reminder, he suddenly disappeared in front of Lion's eyes. Leon had no reason to stay here at this moment. He got up and moved, but at least he had no problem with his movements. He immediately accelerated his pace and rushed back to Red Star Farm. Outside the farmhouse, looking at the lights in the windows and the scent of food floating through the wide open door, Leon rubbed his face, checked his clothes before entering the door. "I'm back." Reminding her back loudly, Leon stood at the door and waited until Sophia walked out of the kitchen and started changing her shoes. Brother, why are you standing at the door? Take a break. Leon explained casually. After all, who knows what they do at home? Leon doesn't want to create some old-fashioned scenes in light novels to cause trouble for himself. Have the meal been prepared? If not, you can leave the kitchen to me. No problem, it's almost done. I originally planned to call you and ask you to come back early. Sophia replied, then stepped forward and grabbed Lion's arm and reminded, you can wash your hands and change clothes first. Well, 5 minutes, bring me a set of clothes for changing upstairs. Leon went to the bathroom very much, took a shower, then changed into the clothes that Sophia placed at the door, and returned to the living room. When I entered the kitchen, Leon saw the dining table full of home-cooked dishes, which were all made by himself. It seemed that the reproduction of Abigail or Sophia was very good, at least Leon could not find any fault in terms of color and fragrance. Welcome to visit. Nodded and greeted Camilla, who had already sat down. Leon went around to the other side and sat down. Do you want some wine? No need, I'm going to go back to Castle Village after dinner tonight. Camilla politely rejected Lion's proposal. Leon did not persuade him much, and quietly waited for Abigail and Sophia, who were still in the end, to sit down, and had no intention of actively communicating with Camilla. Soon, Sophia and Abigail took their seats with tableware. Sophia sat next to Leon, and Abigail sat next to Camilla. Let's have a meal. Although the things you cook may not taste better than those of Leon, they can still be eaten. At this moment, Abigail, who was quite cheerful, greeted Cammy with the mother of the family, pulled the chopsticks, and then took the time to roll his eyes at Leon and complained. If you don't participate in the whole process of a good holiday, you have to leave the site early to go to the mine. Can't you take a day off? You don't take me to play either. What's the point of celebrating the festival alone? Why not find something for yourself? Leon complained aggrievedly. Sophia covered her mouth and laughed secretly when she heard this. Abigail was instantly out of confidence and did not dare to look at Leon. Camilla looked embarrassed and lowered her head and played with the fork in her hand. Realizing that she was in a bad mood, Leon immediately greeted, "Let's have a meal, Ms. Camilla, don't take into account the relationship between Abigail and you, and give her a fair and just evaluation of her skills." Yet. Camilla nodded and then began to move the fork. Leon also picked up the chopsticks and began to taste Abigail's cooking skills one by one. Not to mention that the result surprised Leon. No dish was made in perfect shape, and it reached the level of home-cooked dishes. Although the taste was lighter than Lion's habits, it even highlighted the taste of the ingredients itself due to the ingredients. Although he didn't drink, Abigail took the initiative to guide the topic, and Sophia was also making jokes on the side, which gradually led to Camilla's interest in talking. After half of his time, Camilla obviously let go a lot. Only Leon kept the attitude of the audience, nodding from time to time to echo their topic, and then quietly making a living, trying to reduce his presence. "Elder brother, why don't you speak?" Sophia, who was standing aside, noticed the situation in Leon and couldn't help but mutter. "I can't join in the topics you talk about, and your sister Abi has told me a lot, to keep a distance from other women," Leon explained. "Is this the only thing Abigail said?" Sophia couldn't help but tease Leon when she heard this. What do you want to say too? Leon naturally knew what Sophia said, but he would not follow Sophia's words and instead threw this question to Sophia. That won't be true, I don't care about these. Sophia was calm. So well behaved. Leon was quite satisfied with Sophia's statement. Perhaps this sounded a bit green tea to Abigail and the others, but in Leon he was well behaved and sensible. By the way, brother, you'd better be prepared tonight. Abigail seems to have prepared a surprise for you. After noticed Lion's doting eyes, Sophia felt sweet in her heart, and then couldn't help but reveal a piece of news to Leon. Are you sure it was a surprise or a shock? Leon felt nervous when he heard this, and his intuition told him that it was definitely not simple. It should be a surprise. Sophia hesitated for a moment and confirmed. Can you tell me in detail? Leon asked. No, it's a bit too much to reveal it to you in advance. Don't tell Abigail that I've reminded you. Sophia shook her head without a trace, then stopped talking to Leon, and naturally inserted it along the topic of Abigail and Camilla, making Abigail, who had not noticed the whispers here in the hot chat before, did not notice her and Lion's small movements. Camilla noticed it, but she didn't mean to say it out loud. While enjoying dinner, she listened to Abigail's topic, but her eyes were a little erratic. After the meal, Leon took the initiative to take care of the housework, while Abigail and Sophia went to send Camilla away. Not long after, Abigail and Sophia came back to help in the kitchen. You all have a rest here tonight. After wiping away the water stains on the plate, Leon asked the two women around him who were washing dishes and tidying up the cabinets. Yeah. Abigail nodded. What do you want to say? Nothing. Leon shook his head and denied it, but threw a look at Abigail that you understand. Abigail rolled his eyes with Leon, then pretended that he had not noticed anything, and turned around and chatted with Sophia. In a place where Leon could not see, she made a tacit eye contact with Sophia, and then the two women nodded tacitly and completed some mysterious communication. Chapter 932 The Power of God. After washing the dishes, Leon went to the living room to turn on the TV. Not long after sitting down, Sophia and Abigail appeared on both sides of Leon at the same time. One of them hugged one arm and clamped Leon firmly in the middle. In this regard, Leon had no expression on his face, but felt secretly happy in his heart. I don't know how many brothers would envy him when he said this. But for a moment, Leon felt something was wrong because he found that the two women were consciously fiddling with their arms. At first, Leon did not stop him, wanting to see what they were doing. Until Leon found that his hands were bound by some kind of shackles, the continuous vitality and sense of power were all gone, just like the last time he was kidnapped by the lost people. This is... Leon immediately turned his gaze to Abigail, who had a smirk, and asked. What Helena gave me seems to be very useful. Abigail pointed at Lion's bound hand behind him and spoke. Leon turned his head and saw the culprit that caused all this. He was a pair of handcuffs with a lilac metallic luster. The style was the ordinary handcuff shape, but the edges of the contact skin were wrapped with a layer of soft leather, as if to avoid the wrist skin being worn out. I opened the system panel again, checked my personal data, and found that all the descriptive texts related to the star fruit have become darker, including the 3 skills of graining under the grain, gem shaping and unlimited vitality have failed. This thing is targeting the fruit of the star. In an instant, Leon understood what the surprise that Sophia reminded him was, and it turned out to be such a restrictive prop. Then Abigail's idea is easy to guess. It is nothing more than banning one's infinite vitality and pulling unbalanced physical fitness to the same point, so as to rely on the advantages of women to ruthlessly exploit Leon. The plan was fine, but Leon was not panicked. Instead, he looked at Abigail helplessly and complained. "Helena tells you, if you use this thing, you can counter me. Well, without the ability to awaken the star fruit, the enhancement and amplification effect of the star fruit on your body has been weakened. You are now a strong ordinary farmer. Isn't this enough for me to control you?" Abigail replied confidently. Leon sighed, then threw a desire control and arrogance directly at Abigail. The ball of wool was much brighter than slime, but still not strong, easily wiped out by Leon, and Abigail's smile was also stiff on his face, looking at Leon with his eyes blank. "Unlock it to me, stupid woman." Leon, who had completely controlled Abigail, also encountered arrogance and despised Abigail's orders arrogantly. Follow later. In Sophia's surprised gaze, Abigail actually took out the key and uncuffed the handcuffs that Leon had finally put on him by himself. The moment the handcuffs were removed from their wrists, vigorous power and vitality filled Lion's whole body again. This sense of loss and regaining satisfaction made Leon very satisfied. In order to achieve the goal, Leon directly activated the restraining effect, cancelling his arrogance, and Abigail also controlled his consciousness at the first time. "You? What kind of ability are you?" Abigail, who came to his senses, looked at the handcuffs in his hands, recalled the kind of clear mind and able to remember what he had done just now, but could only look at his body in vain without being started to move under the command of Leon, and his whole body was in a bad mood. "The power from God, I am not the weak chicken that I can be slaughtered by losing the fruit of the star. Abi, you are like cannon fodder by Helena." Leon gently pinched Abigail's cheek and complained. "Originally, I thought Helena and Abigail were really united, but now it seems that I am thinking too much. Helena just has this thing but doesn't keep it and takes it to Abigail. Instead, he takes the initiative to hand it over to Abigail. Abigail has become a tentative knife who is not sure to use this handcuff Helena as a tentative knife." Abigail's face was gloomy at this moment, and obviously realized this. Looking at Lion's unaffected appearance, he looked at the shackles in his hands, snorted coldly, and threw the shackles onto the coffee table and stopped talking. "If you make mistakes, you must be punished, and if you are beaten, you must be attentive. This matter cannot be calculated like this." Leon reminded Abigail's chin with his fingers, and also took the time to glance at Sophia. After seeing this, Sophia immediately raised her hands and defended, "I'm just an accomplice. However you punish me." Abigail was completely distorted when he heard this. Anyway, Leon could not kill him. It was nothing more than those things. He gritted his teeth and survived it. What was prominent was a fearless person. But what surprised Abigail was that Leon did not make any excessive requests, but just lay on Abigail's thighs, "Punish you to massage my head, I'm a little tired. So, Sophia, you, massage my arms and thighs." Oh! Sophia didn't know whether to be disappointed or grateful when she heard this verdict, but her hands were very diligent. She looked at her slender hands and was quite strong. The force of pinching was just right for Leon. Abigail was about to say something, but when he looked down at Lion's cheeks, he noticed that Lion's face was not very good, and his eyes were no longer as bright as before, and he was shocked. He put his hands on Lion's scalp and began to press it up. He couldn't help asking worriedly, "Is there any problem with this handcuff?" "It's not the problem of handcuffs, it's my own problem. I encountered some trouble in the afternoon. Although it was solved, it left some sequelae." Originally, Leon didn't plan to say this, but the current situation and atmosphere were a little wrong, so Leon took this out and diverted Abigail's attention. The effect was indeed as effective as he expected. Abigail's gentle appearance made him very enjoyable and at ease. "The farm is now on the right track, why do you still fight like this?" Abigail pursed his lips when he heard this. His expression was very unwilling, but the movements in his hands became much softer. "You have to do something. You can't stay on the farm all day long. It's not just for the present, but also for the future. Life is still long. It's always good to accumulate more, right? And although I encountered some accidents this time, I didn't have any gains. If I hadn't been to me today, Pelican Town might have encountered a big trouble in a few days." Leon closed his eyes and comforted him by pinching Abigail's palm, moving on his face. "Look, I'm not hurt, right? It's not easy to kill me. You should also know that the natural protection of forest magic is not low. I feel at ease." Abigail felt Lion's broad, powerful, and warm-filled hand, and felt a lot more relaxed. "Okay, but don't be too arrogant. I will help you share the work on the farm when I have time. Don't be too stressed." "Actually, I can help, I still save a lot of money. After this batch of grapes is ripe, Blue Moon Wine can resume production. After that, as long as I am willing, there will be a steady stream of wine money to be transferred to my account." Sophia, who was standing beside him, said confidently. "Save it yourself first. I'm not at the right time to have a soft meal, but if you really have a bad mouth in the future, I'm not polite if you say this again." Leon grabbed Sophia with his other hand. After all, he couldn't be more rude. "Then I look forward to you speaking earlier." Sophia nodded with a smile and echoed. "Okay, the punishment is over. You guys can take a shower and go to bed. I plan to have a plain sleep at night, no problem." "It's okay, I'll accompany you. I can do it, too." "Then let's forget it together, but you don't mind." "I just lie together and I won't bother you tonight." Chapter 933. See that purple again. Facts have proved that life of being hugged left and right is not entirely beautiful. At least when I woke up in the morning, the numbness conveyed from my arms made Leon know that something was happening. Love comes at a price. However, there are many benefits. Although there were no big moves last night, Leon tried the small moves several times. Abigail and Sophia only expressed verbal dissatisfaction, which was not a contradictory. This is a good start. If you continue to work hard, then sleeping together will no longer be just ambition. But it's not the time yet. The rest of the night did make Leon feel recovered, his lower plate was stable, his mind was clear, and his motion sickness was completely relieved by his current strong body. Leon, who carefully pulled out his arms, put on his shoes and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. After Leon left the room, Sophia and Abigail also opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other at one distance. "Good morning, Sophia." "Good morning, Sister Abi." After a moment, Abigail took the initiative to say hello to Sophia, and Sophia also responded enthusiastically. Seeing that both sides had their own characteristics, but they were both attractive, she showed a playful smile in tacit understanding, but neither of them mentioned this matter on their own initiative. This tacit feeling made both parties feel quite interesting at this moment, and their eyes softened a lot. When Leon had prepared breakfast, he noticed this. Abigail and Sophia walked into the kitchen holding hands, even the seats were next to each other. "Are you forming an alliance again?" Leon quipped as he looked at the two girls intimately. "It was originally a family," Abigail responded calmly. "Yes, is this very strange?" Sophia added as Abigail's words. "It's good. Please listen to Helena less. They are dirty in their politics. They are likely to suffer losses when they are mixed with her." Leon naturally encouraged the two girls' current way of getting along, and at the same time he did not forget to give Helena eye drops. After all, the triangle is too stable. Once Helena really wins over Abigail and Sophia, then Leon feels that he must be the one who is being controlled. This situation is pretty good now. "I hope you dare to say that in front of her." Abigail rolled his eyes, then took out the handcuffs from last night from his pocket and threw them in front of Leon and said unhappily. "Next time you want to meet her, return this thing to her and tell her I have recorded this plan." "Well, I'll help you get revenge at that time." Leon took the handcuffs and promised. At the same time, I glanced at the information given by the system after I bought the handcuffs. Starlock shackles, special shackles made of meteorite shells wrapped around stars, can completely block the energy of stars. There must be an antidote within 7 steps. Looking at the materials about the handcuffs, Leon couldn't help but complain in his heart. The appearance of this thing made him understand the treatment of those extraordinary criminals. It seems that the stability of this world also relies on. After breakfast, Sophia returned to the vineyard first, and Abigail also planned to report to the Mage Tower. But before going out, Leon took the initiative to stop him. "I forgot something last night. It was Camilla who commissioned me. You can ask her if she has time to visit Stardew Valley again. She asks you for help." Abigail looked at Leon in confusion, and then his expression suddenly became awkward. "Well, but I think you're thinking too much. She just wants to know how to make the bailout, and then go back to hold the same event in the castle village to increase the cohesion of the castle village." Leon knew that Abigail was thinking too much and decided to make things clear. "Why is that? She doesn't need to come here. You can learn it first. If you really need to teach her step by step and contact her, she will be under a lot of pressure and cannot leave the castle village for a long time." Abigail understood the reason, and his expression returned to normal, but he still reminded Leon. "Then I'll go and see the situation first." Leon did not reject this proposal. It would be better if Camilla didn't need it. Leon also supported this decision. After all, it was really embarrassing to meet Camilla. Leaving Abigail, after finishing work on the farm, Leon went straight to Marnie's ranch from the south exit. Dong 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 dong. After knocking on the door a few times, Leon didn't hear any response inside, so he waited for a moment. A minute later, seeing the door was still closed, Leon was thinking about whether Marnie had gone out, and the door opened. "Oh, it's Leon, is there anything wrong? The ranch is not yet open yet, so why don't you come back in half an hour?" Seeing Leon standing outside the door, Marnie breathed a sigh of relief and explained. Before Leon could apologize, Louis's voice came from inside the house. "It's okay, Marnie, let Leon come in and sit. He was my invitation." Marnie was a little nervous and hesitant when she heard this, but she didn't struggle for too long. In the end, she gave in and signaled that Leon could come in. "I'm disturbing." Leon was a little helpless when he saw Marnie's expression, but Louis spoke and felt embarrassed to turn around and leave. After entering the house, Leon noticed that he saw Louis drinking coffee in the living room at first sight. The latter's calm and composed appearance was as open as the male owner in the room. "Leon, it's early." Louis' expression was very calm when he saw Leon. "Good morning." Lion's expression was also calm. Only Marnie's expression seemed a little awkward, but she still kept smiling and poured Leon a cup of coffee. "Come and learn how to make bale soup, right?" Seeing Leon sit down, Louis put down the cup in his hand and handed over a thin wooden board to Leon. "Here, I'll prepare it for you." "Thank you." Leon took the board and found that the actual weight of the board was much heavier than what he saw. The size of a tablet and a thickness of only 6 mm was almost the same as holding a red brick in his hand. Looking at the texture and color, Leon confirmed that the material used in this wooden board is hardwood. Looking at the marks on the board, Leon had a headache because there was no text on it, only a picture composed of simple lines. The steps have been marked from top to bottom, but the sloppy ball marks on the marks made Leon completely confused. If no one reminded him, then the board was thrown out and picked up by someone. I am afraid no one would have thought that this thing was actually a recipe. "Do you understand?" Louis asked with a smile as he looked at the entangled look of Leon frowning and looking at the board. "To be honest, I can't understand." Leon admitted, shook his head. "Ha ha ha, it's right if you can't understand it. This is not the recipe for bale soup, it's just a woodblock made by Jas and Leah when they were playing." Louis was so smiling that he could hardly straighten his waist. The more heroic the exaggerated smile, the more strange the lion's face became. It doesn't take any thought to know that Louis's purpose is to revenge on his own. Come and knock on the door directly without making a phone call to notify him in advance. It can be very simple to know this, because Louis watched Feng Qingyan drinking coffee in front of the table, but after sitting down, Leon noticed that the guy was wearing decent clothes on his upper body, but the familiar purple shorts on his lower body were only the familiar pair of purple shorts. It goes without saying what happened to Louis and Marnie before. No wonder Marnie's expression was so awkward. If she was prepared, she wouldn't need to swear at the beginning. This old man's proud look in his prank now made Leon really feel annoyed that he didn't have a camera on hand. Otherwise, he would squat down and shoot Louis's legs and purple shorts, and then his offense and defense would be easy to attack and defense. But I just thought about it. Leon couldn't do this, and Louis knew this, otherwise he wouldn't have invited Leon into the house. It seems that since he asked Leon to help him find shorts last time, Louis has no intention of hiding Leon, his own person.